This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. We were all staying on the third floor. Me, my parents, my cousin Emma, and my aunt. The first night after the funeral, I had trouble falling asleep. The house creaked and groaned in ways I'd never noticed before. Around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like soft crying coming from down the hall. At first I thought it was my aunt grieving, but as I listened closer, it didn't sound quite human. The wailing had an eerie, otherworldly quality that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, but then I heard slow, deliberate footsteps in the hallway outside my room. My heart started racing. I wanted to get up and check, but I was paralyzed with fear. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. After what felt like an eternity, they continued on down the hall. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. At breakfast, I casually asked if anyone else had heard anything strange in the night. My mom gave me an odd look and said, "Actually, I had the weirdest feeling someone was watching me last night. I woke up and saw this dark shadow in the corner of the room. When I blinked, it was gone." My blood ran cold. I hadn't told her what I'd heard yet. My dad and aunt brushed it off, saying we were all on edge from the funeral. But Emma, my cousin, was unusually quiet. That day passed uneventfully, but as night fell again, the oppressive atmosphere returned. We all went to bed early, exhausted from the emotions of the past few days. I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling that something was very wrong in this house. Around midnight, I was startled awake by a blood-curdling scream. I bolted upright, my heart pounding. It had come from my parents' room. I heard doors opening and my aunt and Emma's voices, asking what was wrong. Shaking, I crept to my door and peered out into the hallway. My mom was standing there, white as a sheet. "There was something in our room," she gasped. "A shadow. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall. It was looming over the bed, reaching for me." My dad tried to calm her down, saying it was just a nightmare. But Emma spoke up, her voice quavering. "I saw it too. I got up to use the bathroom and saw this massive black shape at the end of the hall. When I blinked, it was gone." A chill ran down my spine. 2 people had seen the same thing independently. This was really happening. We all ended up in the living room, too scared to go back to our rooms. My aunt made some tea to calm everyone's nerves. As we sat there in tense silence, the temperature suddenly plummeted. I could see my breath in front of my face. The lights began to flicker and then went out completely. In the pitch darkness, we heard it. Heavy footsteps, slowly and methodically climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor. Closer and closer they came. I was frozen in terror, unable to move or speak. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and started down the hall towards us. Just as they were about to reach the living room, the lights came back on. The footsteps stopped. We all looked at each other in horror, hardly daring to breathe. My dad finally worked up the courage to check the hallway. There was nothing there. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, jumping at every little sound. As soon as the sun came up, we packed our bags and got out of there. My aunt ended up selling the house a few months later. She said she couldn't bear to live there alone. To this day, I don't know what was in that house. Was it my uncle's spirit, unable to move on? Some kind of malevolent entity that had always been there? Or just our grief and stress manifesting in shared delusions? All I know is that I've never experienced anything like it since, and I hope I never do again. That house held something evil, something that didn't want us there. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, imagining that tall shadow looming over my bed, reaching for me with long, wispy fingers. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget that night, or shake the feeling that whatever was in that house is still there, waiting. It was just a few weeks after Annie and I got married. We were still in that newlywed bliss, you know. Everything felt perfect. We'd found this cozy little apartment in Boise that was within our budget, and we were so excited to start our life together there. That night started off totally normal. Annie went to bed early because she had an early shift at the hospital the next morning. I stayed up reading some old Spider-Man comics I'd rediscovered while unpacking. I've always been a bit of a night owl, so it wasn't unusual for me to be up late while Annie slept. I was sitting on the couch, completely absorbed in the comic, when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you feel like someone's watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked up from my comic, and that's when I saw it. There, in the doorway to our bedroom, was this thing. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a shadow, but more solid somehow. And it wasn't on the floor or the wall. It was hanging from the top of the doorframe, like a bat or something. But it was way too big to be a bat. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just stared at this shadow thing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It didn't move either, just hung there, perfectly still. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in this silent standoff. Finally, I managed to blink, and in that split second, it was gone. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was just tired and seeing things. But then I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and there it was again, this time peeking around the corner from the kitchen. I jumped up, dropping my comic on the floor. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst out of my chest. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the kitchen doorway. But when I blinked again, it had vanished. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes. The shadow would appear in different places around the apartment, by the window, behind the TV stand, lurking in the hallway. It was like some twisted game of hide and seek. Each time I saw it, it would disappear as soon as I blinked or looked away for even a second. I was terrified, but also angry. This was our new home, the place where Annie and I were supposed to build our life together. And this, whatever it was ruining it. I wanted to confront it, to yell at it to leave us alone, but every time I worked up the courage, it would vanish again. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I ran into our bedroom, desperate to wake Annie up. I needed her to see this, to confirm that I wasn't going crazy. "Annie, wake up!" I shook her shoulder, probably more roughly than I meant to. "There's something in the apartment." She groaned and rolled over, still half asleep. "What? What are you talking about?" "There's this shadow thing," I tried to explain, my words coming out in a panicked rush. "It keeps appearing and disappearing. Please, you have to come see." Annie sat up, rubbing her eyes. She looked concerned, but I could tell she didn't really believe me. "Honey, are you sure you weren't just dozing off and dreaming?" "No," I insisted. "I swear it's real. It's out there right now. Come on, I'll show you." I grabbed her hand and practically dragged her out of bed. But as soon as we stepped into the living room, I knew it was gone. The apartment was completely still and normal. No shadows, no strange movements, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Annie looked around, then back at me with a mixture of confusion and worry. "I don't see anything, babe." Are you feeling okay? I felt deflated. I knew how crazy I must sound, but I also knew what I'd seen. It was here, I swear, this shadow, creature. It was playing some kind of twisted game with me. Annie put her hand on my forehead, checking for a fever. You don't feel warm. Maybe you're just overtired. You have been staying up pretty late unpacking and organizing. I wanted to argue, to make her understand, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. And honestly, standing there in our normal-looking living room with my sleepy wife, even I was starting to question what I'd experienced. Maybe you're right, I said finally, not wanting to worry her more. I'll come to bed. But I didn't sleep at all that night. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, every muscle in my body tense as I waited for the shadow to reappear. It never did. The next morning, I was a wreck. I'd barely slept, and I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. Annie tried to reassure me, suggesting that maybe I'd had some kind of waking nightmare. But I knew it had been real. I spent the day researching online, looking for any similar experiences. I found a few stories that sounded kind of similar, but nothing exact. Some people suggested it might have been a hypnagogic hallucination, but I hadn't been falling asleep when it happened. That evening, I went to a local occult shop and bought some sage and holy water. The shop owner gave me instructions on how to cleanse the apartment. I felt a little silly doing it, but I was desperate to get rid of whatever had been in our home. I spent hours that night going through every room, burning sage and sprinkling holy water in all the corners. Annie humored me, even though I could tell she still thought I was overreacting to a bad dream or something. It's been months now, and I haven't seen the shadow thing again. But I can't relax. Every night I find myself staring at that bedroom doorway, half expecting to see it hanging there again. I jump at every shadow, every unexpected movement. Annie's been incredibly patient with me, but I can tell she's worried. She suggested that maybe I should talk to someone, a therapist maybe. And maybe she's right. But how do I explain this to a professional without sounding completely insane? I don't know what that thing was, or why it chose our apartment that night. Was it some kind of spirit, a demon? Or am I really just losing my mind? All I know is that I'll never forget the terror I felt that night, the way that shadow seemed to be toying with me. Sometimes I wonder if it's still here, watching us, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself again. And that thought keeps me awake at night, staring into the darkness, afraid to blink. The house was perfect. A charming 1920s bungalow with lots of character and plenty of space for us to grow into. We fell in love with it immediately and couldn't wait to move in. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and getting settled. I was about 6 months pregnant at that point, so I tried not to overdo it. But I was so eager to make the place feel like home. It was probably about a month after we moved in that I started noticing strange things. The first incident happened early one morning. I woke up around 5 a.m. needing to use the bathroom, a common occurrence in my 3rd trimester. As I was lying there trying to convince myself to get out of the warm bed, I heard what sounded like cabinet doors opening and closing in the kitchen downstairs. My first thought was that my husband must have gotten up early to make coffee, but when I turned over, he was fast asleep next to me. I listened more closely, trying to figure out what I was hearing. It wasn't just cabinets. There were also sounds of things being moved around, almost like someone was unpacking boxes. But we had finished unpacking weeks ago. My heart started racing as I tried to make sense of it. Was someone in our house? I shook my husband awake, whispering urgently that I thought I heard someone downstairs. He grabbed the baseball bat we kept by the bed and crept downstairs to investigate while I waited nervously. After what felt like an eternity, he came back up looking puzzled. "There's no one down there," he said. "Everything looks normal. Are you sure you heard something?" I insisted that I had, but began to doubt myself. Maybe it was just my pregnant brain playing tricks on me. We went back to sleep, and I tried to put it out of my mind. But over the next few weeks, it kept happening. Always in the early morning hours, always those same sounds of cabinets and drawers opening, things being moved around. Sometimes it even sounded like footsteps. My husband never heard it, which made me feel like I was going crazy. I started dreading going to sleep, knowing I'd likely wake up to those inexplicable noises. The lack of sleep combined with pregnancy hormones had me on edge constantly. I begged my husband to stay awake with me one morning to see if he could hear it too, but of course on the morning he did, there was nothing but silence. I was so relieved when our daughter was finally born and we brought her home from the hospital. I thought surely having a newborn to care for would distract me from whatever was going on in our house. And for a while, it did. The exhaustion of new parenthood consumed me, and I was too tired to notice much else. But as our daughter got older and started sleeping through the night, the strange occurrences began again. This time, it wasn't just sounds of movement. I started hearing what sounded like a child's voice singing or humming, always around 3 or 4 in the morning. The first time it happened, I bolted out of bed and rushed to the nursery, certain our daughter was awake and calling for me. But when I got there, she was sound asleep in her crib. I stood there for several minutes, listening. The singing had stopped as soon as I entered the room. I told myself I must have been dreaming, but deep down, I knew I had been wide awake. This continued to happen sporadically over the next couple years. Sometimes I'd hear giggling or what sounded like a child talking to themselves, always in those early morning hours, always stopping as soon as I went to investigate. By the time our second child was born, I was at my wit's end. I hadn't told anyone besides my husband about what was happening, for fear they'd think I was losing my mind. But one morning, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of children singing, "Ring Around the Rosie." It was clear as day coming from down the hall. My blood ran cold. It sounded exactly like my 4-year-old daughter's voice, along with another child, but that was impossible. We didn't have any other children, and my daughter should be sound asleep. I shook my husband awake, my voice trembling as I told him to listen. For once, he heard it too. We both got up and crept down the hallway towards the kids' rooms. The singing continued until the moment we opened our daughter's door. Then silence. She was fast asleep in her bed, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. We checked on the baby too, also sleeping peacefully. We searched the entire house but found nothing out of place, no sign that anyone else had been there. My husband was visibly shaken. "I don't understand," he kept saying. "I heard it. I know I heard it." I felt a mixture of vindication that he had finally experienced what I'd been dealing with for years, and terror at the fact that we still had no explanation. We spent the rest of the night sitting up in the living room, jumping at every little sound. When morning finally came, we were both exhausted and on edge. Over coffee, we tried to rationally discuss what could be causing these things to happen. We talked about getting the house inspected, maybe setting up cameras. But deep down, we both knew this was something beyond normal explanation. That was the last time we experienced anything quite so dramatic in the house. The noises and phantom voices have become less frequent over the years, but they still happen occasionally. We've learned to live with it, as unsettling as it is. We've had the house checked for every possible explanation. Faulty wiring, pipes, you name it. Nothing has ever turned up an answer. Sometimes I wonder if it's tied to the land somehow, or if previous residents experienced similar things. But mostly, I try not to think about it too much. We've made a happy home here, despite the unexplained phenomena. Our children are growing up healthy and seemingly unaware of anything unusual. Still, on quiet nights when I'm up late, I find myself listening, waiting. And sometimes, in those darkest hours before dawn, I hear it. The soft click of a cabinet closing, the shuffle of phantom footsteps, a child's voice singing a song I don't know. And I wonder, not for the first time, what secrets our house holds that we may never understand. Our house sat on what used to be old trolley lines, a fact my dad loved to bring up at any opportunity. History right under our feet, he'd say with a wistful smile. I didn't care much about the history then, more interested in using the slight slope of the yard to race my toy cars down makeshift dirt tracks. As I crouched in the patchy grass, lining up my favorite red Hot Wheels for another run, something made me pause. It was that feeling you get when you suddenly realize you're being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill ran down my spine despite the muggy evening air. Slowly, I turned my head towards our neighbor's house. Mr. Johnson was a quiet older man who kept to himself. His yard was always immaculate, a stark contrast to our own with its overgrown bushes and weeds poking through cracked concrete. But it wasn't Mr. Johnson I saw standing there. In the growing darkness, I could make out a figure standing perfectly still just inside the back door of his house. At first, I thought it might be Mr. Johnson himself, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized this was something else entirely. The shape was all wrong, too tall, too thin. It seemed to absorb the fading light around it, like a black hole given form. But what really made my blood run cold were its eyes. Two glowing red points pierced through the gloom, fixed directly on me. They weren't just reflecting light, they seemed to pulse with an inner fire of their own. I wanted to scream, to run, to call for my parents, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away from those terrible eyes. The thing, because I couldn't bring myself to think of it as a person, didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in a silent staring contest that felt like it lasted hours. Then, ever so slowly, it raised one impossibly long arm and pressed a finger against where its mouth should have been, as if shushing me. That small movement broke the spell. I scrambled to my feet, my toy cars forgotten in the grass, and ran for the back door. I burst into the kitchen, breathing hard, my heart pounding in my chest. Mom looked up from the stove, startled by my sudden entrance. "What's wrong, sweetie? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, concern etched on her face. I opened my mouth to tell her everything, but the words wouldn't come out. It was like that finger to the lips had stolen my voice. Instead, I just shook my head and mumbled something about being tired. Mom frowned but didn't push it, telling me to go wash up for dinner. As I climbed the stairs to the bathroom, I couldn't shake the feeling that those red eyes were still watching me. I avoided looking out any windows, scared of what I might see looking back. That night, I insisted on sleeping with the lights on, much to my parents' confusion. The next morning, I half convinced myself it had all been a bad dream. But when I went out to retrieve my abandoned cars, I found them arranged in a perfect circle, the red one in the center. I knew I hadn't left them like that. For weeks after, I refused to play in the backyard alone. I kept seeing flashes of red out of the corner of my eye, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. My parents started to worry, noticing how jumpy and withdrawn I'd become. They even took me to a child psychologist, but I couldn't bring myself to explain what had really happened. How could I, when I barely understood it myself? As time passed, the intensity of the memory faded, but it never truly left me. I grew up, moved away for college, started a career and a family of my own. But every now and then, something would trigger that old fear, a shadow moving in just the wrong way, or two red taillights in the distance that looked a little too much like eyes. I thought I'd put it all behind me until last month, when my job transferred me back to my hometown. As I drove past my old neighborhood, a compulsion I couldn't explain made me turn down that familiar street. The houses all looked smaller than I remembered, worn down by time and weather. But there was my childhood home, and next to it, Mr. Johnson's house. I slowed the car to a crawl, staring at that back door where I'd first seen the figure. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement behind the dirty glass. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles turning white. Then, clear as day, two red points of light blinked into existence in the shadows of that doorway. I hit the gas hard, tires squealing as I sped away, my heart racing just like it had all those years ago. I don't know what that thing was, or why it chose to reveal itself to me that summer night. Was it some kind of guardian spirit tied to the old trolley lines, a malevolent entity that fed on the fear of children, or something even stranger that my adult mind still can't comprehend? All I know is that those red eyes have haunted me for decades, a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night when sleep won't come, I swear I can feel them watching me still, waiting for... what? I don't know, and I hope I never have to find out. So if you're ever in a quiet backyard at twilight and feel that prickle on the back of your neck, like you're being watched, don't turn around. Don't look for those red eyes in the darkness. Just run and pray they don't decide to follow. It was a cool autumn evening, and I had gone to bed around 10 p.m. as usual. I remember tossing and turning for a while, unable to fall asleep for some reason. The house was silent, except for the occasional creak of the old wooden floors and the wind rustling through the trees outside my window. I must have finally dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by an intense feeling of being watched. My eyes flew open, and I froze in terror at what I saw standing at the foot of my bed. There, illuminated by the pale moonlight filtering through my curtains, was the figure of a young girl. She looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, with long platinum blonde hair that hung limp around her gaunt face. Her skin was deathly pale, almost translucent, and she wore an old-fashioned blue dress that looked like something from the Victorian era. But it was her eyes that truly horrified me. They were huge, taking up far too much of her face, and seemed to glow with an eerie whitish light. They were fixed on me with an unblinking, intense stare that made my blood run cold. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, but I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move a muscle or make a sound as the ghostly girl began to slowly glide toward the side of my bed. Her feet didn't seem to touch the ground as she moved. As she got closer, I could see more details that only added to my terror. Her body was skeletal, with her collarbones and ribs clearly visible through her pale skin and tattered dress. Her hair seemed to float and move as if underwater, and her face, God, her face, it was gaunt and hollow-cheeked with dark shadows under those massive glowing eyes. She came to a stop right beside my bed, looming over me. I was shaking uncontrollably now, tears streaming down my face as I stared up at this horrifying apparition. She was so close I could have reached out and touched her if I had been able to move. Then, ever so slowly, she began to lean down toward me, those huge pale eyes growing larger in my vision as her face came closer and closer to mine. I could feel an icy coldness emanating from her, chilling me to my very core. When her face was just inches from mine, her mouth opened as if she was trying to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, I felt a rush of frigid air wash over me, carrying the musty scent of old fabric and damp earth. It was the smell of the grave. I don't know how long we stayed like that, her face hovering just above mine, those eyes boring into my soul. It felt like an eternity. I was certain I was going to die, that this ghostly child was going to steal my life force or drag me away to some hellish other world. Finally, driven by sheer terror and survival instinct, I managed to move. With a choked sob, I yanked my blanket up over my head, squeezing my eyes shut and curling into a tight ball. I was shaking violently, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I stayed like that for what seemed like hours, too terrified to look out from under the blanket. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion and fear. When I woke the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my window and birds were chirping outside. For a moment, I thought it had all been a horrible nightmare. But then I saw it. A single, long, pale blonde hair on my pillow. A hair that wasn't mine. I flew out of bed in a panic, running to my parents' room. Through tears, I tried to explain what had happened, but they just exchanged worried glances and told me it must have been a bad dream. They didn't believe me. No one did. In the days that followed, I refused to sleep in my room. I camped out on the living room couch, jumping at every shadow and sound. My parents were concerned, thinking I was having some kind of nervous breakdown. They even took me to a therapist who suggested it was just stress and an overactive imagination. But I knew what I had seen. That ghostly girl was real as you or me. And though I never saw her again after that night, I often felt her presence. Cold spots in my room, items mysteriously moved, and sometimes late at night, the faint sound of a child softly crying. We moved away from that house a few years later, much to my relief. But even now, all these years later, I can't shake the memory of that night. Those huge, pale eyes still haunt my dreams sometimes. And every time I see a little girl with long blonde hair, my heart skips a beat. I've tried to research the history of our old house to see if I could find any information about a young girl who might have died there. But I've never found anything conclusive. All I know is what I experienced that night. A terrifying encounter with something not of this world. A ghostly child who seemed desperate to communicate something to me. What did she want? Why did she appear to me? I'll probably never know, but I do know this. There are things in this world that can't be explained, things that exist beyond our understanding, and sometimes, in the dark of night, those things find us. I still sleep with a nightlight, even as an adult, and I always check under my bed and in my closet before I go to sleep, because you never know when those pale, haunting eyes might be watching you from the shadows. As soon as we pulled up, I got an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. There was just something off about the place. PJ's dad greeted us at the door, a tall, lanky guy with a permanent scowl on his face. He laid down the ground rules right away. You boys can play in the living room and kitchen, but the upstairs is strictly off limits. Don't even think about going up there. The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. We spent the evening playing video games and scarfing down junk food like typical 11-year-old boys. As it got later, we spread our sleeping bags out on the living room floor. The house creaked and groaned as it settled, every little noise making me jump. I tried to shake off my nerves, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I was jolted awake by a loud thump directly above us. I sat up, heart racing, and locked eyes with PJ. He had clearly heard it too. We listened intently, hardly daring to breathe. After a few seconds of silence, I started to relax. But then we heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps creaking across the floor upstairs. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. PJ shook his head, eyes wide. "I don't know. Nobody's supposed to be up there." The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. It sounded like someone was pacing back and forth across the room directly above us. A door slammed, making us all flinch. Then came a horrible scraping noise, like furniture being dragged across the floor. By this point, the other guys had woken up too. We huddled together, paralyzed with fear as the noises continued overhead. It went on for what felt like hours. Footsteps, slamming doors, things being moved around. "Should we go get your dad?" I asked PJ. He shook his head vehemently. "No way. He'd kill us if he knew we were awake. He always says to ignore the noises." That statement chilled me to the bone. This clearly wasn't the first time this had happened. What the hell was going on in this house? As dawn approached, the noises finally started to die down. We must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. PJ's dad came downstairs, gruffly asking if we wanted breakfast. He acted like nothing unusual had happened. I badly wanted to ask about the noises, but something in his eyes warned me not to. The unspoken tension in the air was palpable. We ate in awkward silence before our parents came to pick us up. On the ride home, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just the wind or the house settling, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The noises had been far too distinct, too deliberate. There was something in that house, something that didn't want us there. I never went back to PJ's after that night. In fact, I started avoiding him altogether at school. It was easier than facing the terrifying memories of what I'd heard. Sometimes late at night, I still hear those footsteps in my dreams, and I wake up in a cold sweat. Years later, I worked up the courage to drive down Virgil Langford Road again. The old farmhouse was still there, looking even more dilapidated than before. As I slowed down to look, I could have sworn I saw a face watching me from an upstairs window, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes. I hit the gas and got out of there as fast as I could. To this day, I don't know what was really going on in that house. All I know is that some places have dark secrets, and it's better not to go poking around where you don't belong. Whatever was in that upstairs room, it wasn't human. And I hope to God it stays contained up there, never to see the light of day. I still think about PJ sometimes, wondering if he's okay. Part of me wants to reach out to see if he ever figured out what was haunting that house. But a bigger part of me is terrified to learn the truth. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that I'll never set foot on Virgil Langford Road again as long as I live. That house holds memories and horrors that are better left in the past. But on quiet nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still hear those footsteps, pacing back and forth, back and forth. Looking back, I think what scared me most wasn't just the noises themselves, but the implications. If no one was supposed to be up there, then what the hell was making those sounds? And why did PJ and his dad seem so unsurprised by it all? It was like they were hiding some terrible secret. I remember lying there in my sleeping bag, every muscle tense, straining my ears to catch every little sound. The footsteps would stop for a while, lulling us into a false sense of security, only to start up again with renewed intensity. At one point, it sounded like something heavy was being dragged across the floor, accompanied by a low, guttural growling. PJ's face had gone chalk white, and he was trembling visibly. "It's never been this bad before," he whispered, more to himself than to us. That's when I realized this wasn't just some one-off occurrence. Whatever was up there, it had been there for a while. As the night wore on, my mind started playing tricks on me. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house sounded sinister. I found myself fixating on the staircase leading up to the second floor. The darkness at the top seemed to pulse and writhe, as if something was trying to force its way through. At one point, I could have sworn I saw something at the top of the stairs, just for a split second, a pair of glowing eyes and the vague outline of a hunched, misshapen form. I blinked and it was gone, but the image was seared into my brain. When morning finally came, it felt like waking up from a nightmare, except the nightmare had been all too real. The silence was almost worse than the noises had been. It felt oppressive, like the whole house was holding its breath. I remember how PJ's dad looked at us as we were leaving, a mixture of guilt, fear, and something else I couldn't quite place. It was like he wanted to say something, to explain or apologize, but couldn't bring himself to do it. On the drive home, I kept replaying the events of the night in my head. Each time, it seemed more unbelievable, yet I knew with absolute certainty that it had happened. I wanted desperately to tell my parents, but I knew they'd never believe me. Who would? For weeks afterwards, I had trouble sleeping. Every little noise made me jump, convinced that whatever had been in that upstairs room had somehow followed me home. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure that I'd heard those same heavy footsteps. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows, just out of sight. It made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had ignored PJ's dad's warning and gone upstairs. Would we have found a rational explanation for the noises? Or would we have come face to face with something truly terrifying? Part of me is glad I'll never know the answer to that question. I've tried researching the history of that house on Virgil Langford Road, hoping to find some clue about what might have been haunting it. But there's surprisingly little information available. It's like the place exists in some kind of historical blind spot. The few tidbits I've managed to uncover are disturbing, to say the least. There are vague references to disappearances in the area going back decades. Old newspaper clippings mention strange lights seen in the upstairs windows late at night, even when the house was supposed to be empty. One particularly chilling account from the 1950s describes a family that lived there briefly before fleeing in the middle of the night, leaving all their possessions behind. They refused to say what had driven them out, only that the house was wrong and that no one should ever live there again. It makes me wonder, how long has that thing been up there? And how many others have encountered it over the years? The thought that it might still be there, waiting in the darkness, is almost too much to bear. I've toyed with the idea of going back, of facing my fears and trying to get to the bottom of what happened that night. But every time I even consider it, I'm overwhelmed by a sense of dread so powerful it leaves me gasping for air. So I stay away, and I try to forget. But on nights like tonight, when the wind howls and the shadows seem to move of their own accord, I find myself right back in that farmhouse, listening to those terrible footsteps overhead. And I wonder, what if, one day, whatever was up there decides to come down? It was a typical weeknight in our old two-story house. My dad worked the night shift at the factory, so it was just me, my mom, and my little sister at home. I went to bed at my usual time, around 8:30 p.m. I remember feeling a bit uneasy that night for some reason, like a nagging sense that something wasn't quite right. But I brushed it off and drifted off to sleep. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The house was completely silent and dark. But then I noticed a faint glow coming from the hallway outside my bedroom door, which I'd left cracked open as usual. My first thought was that it must be my dad coming home from work early. Sometimes he'd get off a bit sooner and come check on us kids before going to bed. So I wasn't alarmed at first, just curious. I got out of bed and crept over to the doorway to peek out. What I saw when I looked into the hallway made my blood run cold. There, hovering about halfway up the staircase, was a glowing figure. It was vaguely human-shaped, but it didn't look solid, more like a shimmer of light in the vague outline of a person. And it was floating several inches above the stairs. For a split second, my sleepy brain still tried to rationalize it as my dad, but I quickly realized this was something else entirely. The figure was too tall, too thin, and the glow coming off it was like nothing I'd ever seen before, not like any normal light. It was a soft, pulsing radiance that seemed to come from within the figure itself. I stood there frozen, unable to move or make a sound. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my voice was stuck in my throat. All I could do was stare at this impossible, terrifying thing floating on our staircase. The figure didn't seem to notice me at first. It just hovered there, gently bobbing up and down slightly. But then, slowly, its featureless head turned towards me. I couldn't see any eyes, but I felt it looking right at me. A wave of cold dread washed over me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me paralyzed with fear and this glowing entity staring at me. It felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then, without warning, the figure started to move, but not down the stairs towards me like I feared. Instead, it began to rise up, floating higher until it was level with the second-floor landing. What happened next is burned into my memory forever. The glowing figure drifted towards the wall at the top of the stairs, and then, impossibly, it passed right through the solid wall and vanished. I stood there for several more minutes, shaking uncontrollably, waiting to see if it would reappear. But the hallway remained dark and empty. Eventually, I managed to unfreeze myself and ran to my mom's room, tears streaming down my face. I burst in and shook her awake, babbling hysterically about what I'd seen. She tried to calm me down, telling me it was just a bad dream, but I insisted I'd been wide awake. I begged her to go check the stairs with me, but she refused, saying there was nothing there and I needed to go back to sleep. The next morning, I told my whole family what had happened. My dad suggested it might have been headlights from a passing car casting weird shadows. My sister laughed and said I was making it up for attention. My mom gently suggested that maybe I'd had an episode of sleep paralysis, but I knew what I saw. I was fully awake and aware. This wasn't a dream or my imagination. There had been something in our house that night, something that defied explanation. In the days and weeks that followed, I was terrified to go upstairs alone. I'd run up as fast as I could, heart pounding. I kept expecting to see that glowing figure again, but it never reappeared. I begged my parents to believe me, to take it seriously. I was worried the entity might come back and hurt someone, but they continued to dismiss it as an overactive imagination or a vivid nightmare. As time passed, the intensity of the fear faded somewhat, but I never forgot what I saw that night. Even now, as an adult, I get goosebumps when I think about it. I've done research over the years, trying to find similar experiences or any kind of explanation, but nothing quite matches what I encountered. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of spirit or interdimensional being. Other times I think maybe it was a glitch in reality, a brief window into another plane of existence. But the truth is, I'll probably never know for sure what it was or why it appeared to me that night. What I do know is that it changed me. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there are things in this world, or beyond it, that we can't explain. Things that defy our understanding of reality. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts or aliens necessarily, but I no longer dismiss the unexplained so easily. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years. Some believe me, some don't. I've learned not to care too much either way. I know what I saw, and no one can take that certainty away from me. To this day, I still get a little uneasy around staircases at night. I always half expect to look up and see that luminous figure hovering there. It hasn't happened again in all these years. But some part of me wonders if someday, when I least expect it, I'll have another encounter with whatever it was I saw that night. And I'm not sure if that thought terrifies me or excites me more. I don't know if I'll ever get answers about what happened. But I do know that the memory of that glowing figure on the stairs will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was the night I realized that reality might be stranger and more mysterious than we could ever imagine. And in a way, that's both the most frightening and most wondrous thing of all. I still remember that house like it was yesterday, even though it's been over 20 years since we moved out. I was only 10 years old when my family first moved in, but the memories of what happened there will haunt me for the rest of my life. It started small at first, little things that were easy to brush off or explain away. A door closing on its own, footsteps upstairs when no one was there, objects not being where we left them. My parents tried to rationalize it, saying it was just an old house settling or our imaginations running wild in a new place. But deep down, I think we all knew something wasn't right from the very beginning. Within a few weeks, things started escalating. One night I woke up to the sound of my name being whispered right next to my ear. I bolted upright, heart racing, but my room was empty. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, but then I heard it again, clearer this time. Emily, coming from the darkest corner of my room. I ran to my parents' room in tears. They let me sleep with them that night, but in the morning, strange scratches had appeared on my back. 3 long red marks that stung when I touched them. My mom freaked out, thinking maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep somehow. But how could I reach my own back like that? Things only got worse from there. Objects would fly across rooms on their own, smashing into walls. The lights would flicker constantly, sometimes all turning on at once in every room of the house, other times plunging us into total darkness. We'd hear heavy footsteps pacing up and down the hallway at night, but any time we looked, there was nothing there. My little brother Tommy, who was only 5 at the time, started talking about a man he called Mr. Something, who lived in his closet. He said Mr. Something was nice and protected him from the bad things in the house. We thought it was just an imaginary friend at first, until one day I walked past Tommy's room and heard him giggling and talking to someone. When I peeked in, I swear I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing by his closet that vanished as soon as I blinked. We went through at least 6 babysitters in the span of a few months. They'd come over once, experienced something terrifying, and refused to ever come back. One girl ran out of the house screaming after seeing a dark figure standing at the top of the stairs. Another quit on the spot when all the kitchen cabinets flew open at once, dishes shattering on the floor. My parents were at their wits' end. They finally broke down and called a Catholic priest to come bless the house. But that only seemed to make things worse. As soon as the priest started the blessing, a bone-chilling scream echoed through the house. All the lights exploded at once, showering us in sparks and glass. The priest accused us of pulling some kind of sick prank and left in a hurry, refusing to come back. After that, it was like whatever was in the house got angry that we'd tried to force it out. The activity ramped up to terrifying new levels. One night, I woke up to find myself pinned to my bed, unable to move or scream. I could feel icy fingers wrapped around my throat, choking me. Just when I thought I was going to pass out, it suddenly released me. I ran to my parents' room, only to find them both awake and shell-shocked. They'd experienced the same thing. The next morning, we all had bruises on our necks in the shape of handprints. That was the final straw for my parents. We packed up and left that very day, leaving most of our belongings behind. We moved in with my grandparents temporarily while my parents searched for a new house. But even after we left, the haunting didn't stop completely. For weeks afterward, we'd wake up with new scratches or bruises. Sometimes we'd catch glimpses of shadowy figures out of the corner of our eyes. It was like whatever was in that house had followed us. It's been 2 decades, but I still have nightmares about that place. Sometimes I'll wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something is watching me from the darkness. I've tried researching the history of the house, looking for any clues about what could have caused such intense paranormal activity, but I've never found any satisfying answers. My brother Tommy is the only one who doesn't seem traumatized by what happened. He still talks about Mr. Something sometimes, saying he visits him in his dreams to make sure he's okay. Part of me wonders if whatever was protecting Tommy in that house is still watching over him somehow. I drive past our old house sometimes, just to see if it's still standing. It looks normal from the outside, a typical suburban home, a little run down now, but otherwise unremarkable. I always wonder about the family living there now. Do they experience the same terrifying phenomena we did? Or did whatever was haunting us move on when we left? I may never know the full truth about what happened in that house, but I know what I experienced was real. The scars, both physical and emotional, are proof enough of that. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, half expecting to hear that whispered voice calling my name again. I don't think I'll ever fully shake the fear that house instilled in me. If you're reading this and experiencing something similar, please don't wait as long as we did to get out. Some places are just wrong, infected with a darkness that can't be cleansed or reasoned with. I only hope that by sharing my story, I can help someone else avoid the nightmare my family lived through. I've never been able to fully explain or understand what happened to us in that house. Was it a demon? Multiple ghosts? Some kind of interdimensional portal? I've spent years trying to make sense of it all, but the truth is, I don't think I'll ever know for sure. All I know is that it was real, it was terrifying, and it changed me forever. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe again, or if part of me will always be that scared little girl huddled under the covers as unseen forces terrorized my family. But I try to focus on the fact that we made it out, that we survived. Whatever was in that house, it didn't win. We're still here, still moving forward with our lives. But I'll never forget. How could I? The memories are etched into my very soul, a constant reminder that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that lurk in the shadows, waiting for their chance to reach out and drag us into the darkness. I just hope that by sharing my story, I can help others recognize the signs before it's too late. Because trust me, once that darkness gets its hooks in you, it never fully lets go. The day we moved in, I felt an odd heaviness in the air, like the house itself was watching us. I tried to shake it off, chalking it up to nerves about the big move. I have a history of being sensitive to energies, and even went through treatment for hallucinations years ago, so I didn't want to jump to any paranormal conclusions. But that uneasy feeling never went away. It started with little things. Items being moved when neither of us had touched them, cold spots in rooms even when the heat was on. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was home alone, or catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. My wife noticed it too, but we both tried to rationalize it away. Then one night, about 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up suddenly around 3 a.m. The bedroom was pitch black, but I had the overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. My skin was crawling and the hair on my arms stood up. I lay there frozen, hardly daring to breathe. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl coming from the foot of the bed. It didn't sound human or like any animal I've ever heard. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to run, to scream, to wake my wife, but I couldn't move a muscle. The growling got louder, and I felt the mattress depressed like something heavy was climbing onto the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them, it would all be gone. But when I finally worked up the courage to look, I saw 2 glowing red eyes floating in the darkness, staring directly at me. I must have blacked out because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows, and my wife was shaking me awake, asking if I was okay. I was drenched in sweat, and my throat was raw like I'd been screaming. I told her what happened, and though she looked skeptical, she admitted she'd been having nightmares too. After that night, things escalated quickly. Objects would fly across the room on their own. Doors would slam shut and lock themselves. The TV and lights would turn on and off at random. We'd hear disembodied voices whispering and children laughing, even though we had no kids. One afternoon, I was doing dishes when I glanced up and saw a woman with long red hair standing in the doorway of the kitchen. She was pale as a ghost and wore an old-fashioned dress. When I blinked, she vanished. I dropped the plate I was holding, and it shattered on the floor. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely clean up the mess. I started researching the history of the house and discovered that the previous owner had died there just a few months before we moved in. He was an elderly widower who lived alone, and apparently no one found his body for weeks. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that his spirit was still there, angry that we had invaded his space. Things came to a head about a month after we moved in. I was up late one night, unable to sleep. As I was walking down the hallway to get a glass of water, a black, shadowy arm shot out from behind the curtains and grabbed my wrist. I could feel its ice-cold grip on my skin. I yanked my arm away and ran back to the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My wife woke up and found me huddled in the corner, hyperventilating. When I told her what happened, she finally admitted that she'd been seeing and hearing things too. We agreed that we couldn't stay in the house another night. As we were frantically packing up some essentials to leave, the lights started flickering wildly. An oppressive energy filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Then I saw it, a massive dark animal head with huge twisted horns materializing near the ceiling. Its eyes locked onto mine, filled with malevolence. Time seemed to stand still as I stared into those hate-filled eyes. I was paralyzed with terror. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this thing, whatever it was, wanted us gone, or dead. My wife's scream snapped me back to reality. We grabbed what we could and ran out of the house, not even bothering to lock the door behind us. We sped away in the car and didn't stop until we reached my sister's house 2 towns over. We never went back to that house. We left all our furniture and most of our possessions behind. It wasn't worth the risk. We filed for bankruptcy and moved in with my parents while we got back on our feet. It's been 5 years, and I still have nightmares about that house. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can see those glowing red eyes watching me from the darkness. My wife and I don't talk about what happened much. It's too painful and scary to relive. I know how crazy this all sounds. If someone had told me this story a few years ago, I would have thought they were making it up or hallucinating. But I know what I experienced was real. That house was evil, and whatever was in it wanted us out. I still drive by the old place sometimes, almost like I'm drawn to it against my will. It sits empty now. I guess no one else has been brave or foolish enough to move in. Every time I see it, that feeling of dread washes over me again. I can almost feel those malevolent eyes watching me from the windows. I don't know if I'll ever be able to fully explain or understand what happened to us in that house. All I know is that there are things in this world beyond our comprehension, dark things that most people are lucky enough to never encounter. I just hope that sharing my story might help someone else avoid the nightmare we lived through. It always started the same way. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, not sure why. The house would be completely silent, except for the ticking of the old grandfather clock downstairs. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, that's when I'd see her, the woman at the foot of my bed. She was beautiful, otherworldly, dressed in flowing robes of the purest white and softest blue. Her face was kind and radiant, surrounded by a warm glow that lit up the darkness. In her arms, she cradled a baby, holding it close to her chest. I remember feeling so calm and safe when I saw her, like everything was going to be okay. But the thing is, she seemed just as surprised to see me as I was to see her. Her eyes would widen, and she'd take a small step back, as if she hadn't expected me to be awake. Before I could say anything or reach out to her, she'd fade away into nothing, taking that comforting light with her. That's when things would get scary, because as soon as she vanished, I'd start to notice the other things in my room. Dark, shadowy figures darting around in the corners. They moved so fast, like blurs of blackness against the night. I could never make out any real features, just vague humanoid shapes rushing back and forth. They never approached me or tried to hurt me. It was more like they were busy with some urgent task, completely ignoring my presence. But that almost made it worse somehow. What were they doing? Why were they in my room? I'd lie there paralyzed with fear, watching them flit about. My heart would be pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to hide under the covers, but I was too afraid to move a muscle. Eventually, the terror would become too much, and I'd let out a scream for my parents. "Mom! Dad! Help!" And that's when the shadow figures would freeze. They'd all stop in place and slowly turn to look at me. I couldn't see any eyes, but I could feel their gaze boring into me. They seemed annoyed, frustrated that I'd interrupted whatever they were doing. Then, in the blink of an eye, they'd vanish. Not fade away like the woman in white, but just instantly disappear. My parents would come running in, of course. They'd turn on the lights and check under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. They never found anything out of the ordinary. I'd try to explain what I saw, but they just assumed it was a nightmare. "There's nothing here, sweetie. You just had a bad dream," my mom would say, tucking me back in. But I knew it wasn't a dream. It felt far too real, too vivid. And it kept happening, night after night. I started dreading bedtime. I'd beg to sleep with the lights on or to have my parents stay with me. Sometimes they'd let me crawl into bed with them, but mostly they insisted I sleep in my own room. They thought I was just going through a phase, that I'd grow out of it. I tried everything I could think of to stop the nightly visits. I'd leave the TV on for background noise. I'd surround myself with stuffed animals for protection. I even tried sleeping on the floor instead of in my bed. But none of it worked. The lady in white and the shadow people always came, no matter what I did. It got to the point where I was afraid to fall asleep at all. I'd fight to keep my eyes open as long as I could, until exhaustion finally overtook me. During the day, I was a zombie. I'd fall asleep in class, too tired to focus. My grades started slipping. The other kids made fun of me for being the sleepy weirdo, but I couldn't tell anyone what was really going on. Who would believe me? I started to wonder if I was going crazy. Maybe my parents were right, and it really was all in my head. But it felt so real, so visceral. The warmth of the woman's glow, the chill in the air when the shadows appeared. How could I be imagining all of that? One night, things escalated. I woke up to see the woman as usual, but this time she didn't disappear right away. She stood there, gazing at me with those kind eyes. And then she spoke. Her voice was like music, soft and melodic. "Be brave, little one," she said. "They cannot harm you." Before I could respond, she faded away as she always did, but her words echoed in my mind. Who was she talking about? The shadow people. As if on cue, the dark figures appeared. But this time, there were more of them. Dozens, maybe even hundreds, all crammed into my small bedroom. They swirled around like a tornado of darkness, moving faster than ever before. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents like I usually did. But the woman's words kept me quiet. "Be brave," she had said. So I clenched my fists, squeezed my eyes shut, and tried to be brave. I don't know how long I sat there, trembling but silent. It felt like hours. When I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes again, the shadows were gone. My room was empty and still. For a moment I thought it was over. Maybe facing my fear had made them go away for good. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. Whispers. Dozens of hushed voices, too quiet to make out the words, coming from all around me. I looked around wildly, trying to find the source. That's when I noticed something on my bedroom wall. Words, written in what looked like black smoke, forming before my eyes. You see too much." I couldn't hold back any longer. I let out a blood-curdling scream that brought my parents running. By the time they burst through the door, the writing had vanished without a trace. That was the last time I saw the woman in white or the shadow people in my room. But it wasn't the end of the strangeness in my life. As I got older, I started noticing other things. Objects moving on their own, whispered voices when I was alone, glimpses of figures just at the edge of my vision. I've tried to rationalize it all. Maybe I had an overactive imagination as a kid that spiraled into some kind of disorder. Maybe our old farmhouse was full of toxic mold that caused hallucinations. Maybe I'm just flat out crazy. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Something was happening in that bedroom all those years ago. Something beyond normal explanation. I still don't understand what it was or why it happened to me. All I know is that sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still feel like I'm being watched. And I wonder if they're still out there, those entities from my childhood, waiting for me to let my guard down. I wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe in the dark again. It was about 6 months after my wedding. My wife and I had just moved into our new house, a quaint little place on the outskirts of town. We were still in that honeymoon phase, you know? Everything felt perfect. I had no idea how quickly that sense of security would be shattered. That night started like any other. We had dinner, watched some TV, and headed to bed around 11 p.m. I remember kissing my wife goodnight before drifting off to sleep. But what happened next? I still can't explain it. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, but I had this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. My body felt heavy, like I was pinned to the bed by some invisible force. I tried to move, to call out to my wife, but I couldn't make a sound. That's when I saw them. 6 tall, impossibly thin figures appeared at the foot of the bed. They seemed to glow with an eerie white light, illuminating the room just enough for me to make out their vague shapes. They were unnaturally tall, their heads nearly touching our 8-foot ceiling. Their bodies were stick-thin, with long, spindly arms that hung well past their knees. But it was their faces, or lack thereof, that truly terrified me. Where features should have been, there was just smooth, featureless white. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just blank white ovals perched atop those impossibly long necks. I wanted to scream, to wake my wife, to do anything, but I was completely paralyzed. All I could do was watch in silent horror as these things began to move around the bed. They moved with an unnatural grace, gliding rather than walking. No footsteps, no sound at all. Just silent, fluid motion as they positioned themselves around me. 2 at each side of the bed, 1 at the foot, and 1 directly over me. The one above me reached out with those impossibly long fingers. I felt a pressure on my chest, gentle but firm, keeping me in place. Not that I could move anyway. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. The others began to move their arms in slow, deliberate patterns. It looked almost like they were weaving something in the air above me. I couldn't see anything tangible, but I could feel something. A tingling sensation that started at my toes and slowly worked its way up my body. As this was happening, I became aware of a low hum. It wasn't a sound I was hearing with my ears, but rather something I felt in my bones. It started soft, but grew in intensity, matching the rhythm of their movements. I don't know how long this went on. Time seemed to lose all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is that the pressure on my chest never let up, and those blank faces never turned away from me. As the humming reached a crescendo, I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes. It was like someone had driven an ice pick into my skull. I wanted to scream, to thrash, to do anything to make it stop, but I was still frozen, unable to even blink. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The humming stopped, the pain vanished, and the figures, they just faded away. One moment they were there, the next they were gone, leaving no trace behind. I lay there, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Slowly, feeling return to my limbs, I turned to my wife, desperate to wake her, to have her tell me it was just a nightmare. But she was sound asleep, peaceful and undisturbed. I stumbled out of bed on shaky legs and turned on every light in the house. I checked every room, every closet, behind every door. Nothing. No sign of intrusion, no evidence that anything had happened at all. When morning came, I tried to convince myself it had just been a vivid nightmare. But deep down, I knew. The memory was too real, too visceral to be just a dream. The weight on my chest, the humming in my bones, the pain behind my eyes, it was all too tangible. I didn't tell my wife at first. How could I? It sounded insane even to me. But as the days passed, I found myself jumping at shadows, dreading nightfall. I couldn't sleep, and when I did, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I could see those blank white faces in the darkness. It's been months now, and I still don't know what to make of that night. Was it real? A hallucination? Some kind of sleep paralysis? I've researched until my eyes blur, looking for any explanation that makes sense, but nothing quite fits. The worst part is the not knowing. Not knowing if they'll come back, if next time will be different. Every night I lie awake, straining my ears for that telltale hum, watching the shadows for any sign of movement. I've started sleeping in another room, telling my wife I don't want to disturb her with my restlessness. But the truth is, I'm terrified of what might happen if they come back and find her there too. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if they took something from me that night. Some part of me that I'll never get back. Other times, I'm gripped by the fear that they left something behind, something lurking just beneath my skin, waiting to emerge. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something similar, that I'm not alone in this. Or maybe I'm just desperate to get it off my chest, to have someone, anyone, believe me. All I know is that my life has been irrevocably changed. That sense of safety, of certainty about the world, it's gone. Now, every night is a battle against the darkness, against the memory of those white figures and their blank faces. If you're reading this and you've experienced something similar, please reach out. And if you haven't, count yourself lucky. And maybe, just maybe, sleep with the lights on tonight. You never know what might be waiting in the darkness. Mom had been sick for a while, battling cancer. We knew the end was coming, but nothing really prepares you for losing a parent. When she finally passed, I was devastated. The grief hit me like a tidal wave, and I felt like I was drowning. I started drinking heavily, just trying to numb the pain. Most days I could barely drag myself out of bed. About 2 weeks after the funeral, I was having another sleepless night. I tossed and turned for hours, my mind racing with memories and regrets. Around 3 a.m., I finally started to drift off into that hazy state between waking and sleeping. Suddenly, I felt a presence in the room. My eyes flew open, and there she was, my mom, standing at the foot of my bed. She looked healthy and vibrant, the way she had before the cancer. Her eyes were full of love as she smiled at me. I was frozen, unable to move or speak. Part of me wondered if I was dreaming, but it felt far too real. She didn't say anything at first, just gazed at me with that gentle expression she always had. Then, softly, she said, "I love you, sweetheart. It's time for me to go now. Please don't be sad anymore." Tears sprang to my eyes. I wanted to reach out to her, to beg her not to leave, but I still couldn't move. She blew me a kiss, and then slowly faded away. I sat up with a gasp, fully awake now. The room was empty, but I could still feel the lingering warmth of her presence. For the first time since she died, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The next morning I wondered if it had all been a dream, but it felt so real, so vivid, and something had shifted inside me. The crushing weight of grief had lifted slightly. I poured my bottles of whiskey down the drain and decided it was time to start putting my life back together. Over the next few weeks, I started going to grief counseling and reconnecting with friends. The pain was still there, but it felt more manageable now. I couldn't shake the feeling that Mom had really visited me that night to say goodbye. Just when I thought things were getting back to normal, something else happened that shook me to my core. It was about a month after Mom's visit. I was home alone one evening, reading in the living room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the hallway. I looked up, expecting to see my cat. Instead, there was a shadowy figure standing there. It was tall and broad-shouldered, definitely male. My heart started racing as I stared at it, frozen in fear. The figure took a step forward, becoming slightly clearer. It was an older man with gray hair and familiar eyes. With a jolt, I realized it looked just like my grandfather, my mom's dad who had passed away when I was a kid. Grandpa, I stammered. The figure nodded slowly. In a gravelly voice, he said, "Just checking in on you, kiddo. Your mom asked me to make sure you're doing all right." I blinked, and he was gone. The hallway was empty again. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was I going crazy? Or were my departed loved ones really looking out for me from the other side? These experiences have completely changed my perspective on life and death. I used to be a total skeptic when it came to the supernatural. Now I'm not so sure. There are things in this world that we can't explain. I still miss my mom terribly. Some days are harder than others, but knowing that she's still watching over me brings me comfort. I've stopped drinking and started living my life again, trying to make her proud. Sometimes at night, I feel that same warm presence I felt when she visited me. It's subtle, just a faint sensation of not being alone. In those moments, I whisper, "I love you too, Mom." And somehow, I know she hears me. I haven't told many people about these experiences. I worry they'll think I'm crazy or just in denial about my grief. But I know what I saw and felt. It was real. The visit from my grandfather was brief, but it reinforced the feeling that there's more going on than we realize. I've started paying more attention to little signs and synchronicities. Sometimes I'll catch a whiff of my mom's perfume or find a feather in an odd place. I choose to see these as little hellos from the other side. I'm not sure why I was given these experiences. Maybe because I was struggling so much with the loss. Or maybe Mom and Grandpa were just determined to let me know they're okay. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful. It hasn't all been smooth sailing since then. Grief comes in waves, and some days are still really tough. But having that spiritual connection has been a lifeline for me. It's given me hope and a reason to keep going. I've started volunteering at a grief support group, sharing my story with others who are struggling. I'm careful about how much I reveal about the supernatural aspects, but I try to convey the message that our loved ones are still with us in spirit, even if we can't see them. Sometimes I wonder if I'll have any more visitations. Part of me hopes I will, just to see Mom and Grandpa again. But another part of me feels like they've moved on now, knowing that I'll be okay. I've done a lot of reading about near-death experiences and after-death communication. It's fascinating how many people have stories similar to mine. It makes me feel less alone, knowing others have had these profound spiritual moments. As time goes on, the memories of those visits remain crystal clear. I can still see Mom's loving smile, still hear Grandpa's gruff voice. Those images are etched into my mind forever. I don't know what happens after we die, but I do know that love transcends death. The bonds we form in life don't just disappear when someone passes. They evolve into something we can't fully comprehend in this physical realm. If you're reading this and grieving a loss, please know that you're not alone. Your loved ones are still with you, even if you can't see or hear them. Be open to the signs and messages they might be sending, and most importantly, keep their memory alive by living your life to the fullest. I'm still processing everything that happened, still trying to make sense of it all, but I'm grateful for the gift I was given, the chance to say goodbye to Mom, to know that she's at peace. It doesn't erase the pain of losing her, but it makes it more bearable. I'll always miss her physical presence, her hugs, her laugh, the smell of her cooking. But now I know that she's just a thought away. All I have to do is close my eyes and remember, and she's there with me. Love is the most powerful force in the universe. It connects us across time and space, and even across the barrier between life and death. My experiences have shown me that in the most profound way possible. So if you've lost someone, talk to them. They might just be listening. And if you're lucky, they might find a way to talk back. It started out as a pretty typical Halloween shift. I was doing my usual rounds, keeping an eye out for any mischief or vandalism. The streets were busy with trick-or-treaters early on, but things quieted down as the night wore on. Around 11 p.m., I got a call about some teenagers causing trouble a few blocks away. When I arrived on scene, I found a group of high school kids dressed as creepy clowns, jumping out to scare people walking by. I gave them a stern warning and told them to head home for the night. After that, I continued my patrol, driving slowly through the winding streets lined with old Victorian houses. The fog was starting to roll in, giving everything an eerie, muted quality. I was just thinking to myself how perfect the atmosphere was for Halloween when movement caught my eye down a dark side street. I slowed the car and peered into the shadows. At first I didn't see anything, but then a figure darted across the road about 50 feet ahead of me. Something seemed off about the way it moved, too fast and fluid. I flipped on my spotlight, but by the time the beam hit where I'd seen the figure, there was nothing there. Feeling uneasy, but telling myself it was probably just some kid in a costume, I turned down the street to investigate. As I crept along, scanning the sidewalks and yards, I caught another glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. I whipped my head around just in time to see a dark shape duck behind a hedge. My heart was starting to race now. I got out of the car, flashlight in hand, and walked over to where I'd seen the figure disappear. "Hello," I called out. "Security, "Come on out." No response. I moved closer, shining my light into the bushes. Nothing there. But as I turned to head back to my car, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made me freeze. A pair of glowing orange-red eyes were staring at me from the shadows between two houses across the street. They seemed to float about 6 feet off the ground, with no visible body attached. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things. But when I looked again, the eyes were still there. A chill ran down my spine. This was no costume or trick of the light. The eyes had an otherworldly quality that filled me with a deep, primal dread. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. Then, in a movement almost too quick to follow, the figure attached to those eyes darted down the alley between the houses. Without thinking, I took off after it. I knew it was stupid and dangerous, but some force seemed to be pulling me forward. As I ran down the alley, I caught flickering glimpses of a dark shape ahead of me, always just out of reach. It moved with impossible speed and agility, vaulting over fences and darting around corners. I radioed for backup as I ran, gasping out my location between breaths. The figure led me on a winding chase through a maze of alleys and back streets. Every time I thought I'd lost it, those burning eyes would appear again in the distance, urging me onward. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes, I found myself in a dead-end alley, bent over and wheezing. I looked up, expecting to see empty space ahead of me. Instead, the figure was standing there, motionless, at the end of the alley about 20 feet away. Now that it was still, I could make out more details, though they only added to my confusion and fear. It appeared vaguely humanoid in shape, but proportioned all wrong, too tall and thin, with unnaturally long limbs. Its skin seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight, making it hard to focus on. But those eyes, they blazed in the darkness like hot coals. I was paralyzed, unable to run or even call for help. The thing just stood there, staring at me. I had the overwhelming sense that it was waiting for something. In the distance I could hear sirens approaching, the backup I'd called for earlier. Just as the sound of squealing tires echoed from the street behind me, the figure moved. In the blink of an eye, it was suddenly right in front of me. I caught a fleeting impression of a face, if you could call it that, twisted into an expression that was neither human nor animal. Then it simply vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood there in shock as my fellow officers came running down the alley, asking if I was all right. I mumbled something about chasing a suspicious person, but I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd really seen. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. As we searched the area, we found something strange in several of the alleys I'd run through during the chase. There were scorch marks on the ground, and in the center of each was the charred remains of what looked like Ouija boards. But the weirdest part was that in every case, the moon symbol on the board was perfectly intact, standing out starkly against the burned wood around it. I've replayed that night in my mind 1,000 times since then, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it some kind of elaborate Halloween prank? A hallucination brought on by stress and too many horror movies? Or did I really encounter something supernatural? I don't have any answers. All I know is that I'll never forget those burning eyes, or the bone-deep terror I felt in that alley. I still work security, but I always find an excuse to switch shifts on Halloween now. Some things are better left in the shadows where they belong. I never thought a simple trip to the mall would turn into the scariest day of my life. I'm still shaken up just thinking about it, but I need to get this off my chest. It was just a normal Saturday afternoon. I had begged my mom to drop me off at the mall so I could do some back-to-school shopping with my allowance money. At 12 years old, I felt so grown up being there by myself. Little did I know how quickly that feeling would change. I started out browsing through the junior section at Macy's, picking out a few cute tops to try on. As I was flipping through a rack of jeans, I got this weird prickly feeling on the back of my neck. You know that sensation when you just feel like someone's watching you? That's exactly what it was like. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being silly. But as I moved to a different section of the store, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing flashes of movement, like someone ducking behind clothing racks. My heart started beating faster. I told myself to calm down, that I was letting my imagination run wild. I decided to head to the fitting rooms to try on the clothes I'd picked out. As I was walking there, I distinctly heard footsteps behind me. They'd stop when I stopped and start up again when I started walking. I spun around, but there was no one there, just rows of clothing racks and mannequins. My palms were sweating now. Inside the fitting room, I tried to focus on the clothes, but I couldn't stop thinking about those footsteps. My hands were shaking as I changed back into my own clothes. When I opened the fitting room door, my blood ran cold. Standing at the end of the hallway was a man dressed all in black, black jeans, black hoodie pulled low over his face. He was just standing there, staring in my direction. I bolted. I didn't even bother putting the clothes back. I just dropped them and ran. I weaved through the store, ducking around other shoppers. I could hear rapid footsteps behind me. He was following me. I burst out of Macy's into the main part of the mall, my heart pounding in my ears. I glanced back and saw him emerge from the store, his eyes scanning the crowd. I ducked into the nearest store, a Marshall's, hoping to lose him. The Marshall's was crowded, which I hoped would work in my favor. I zigzagged through the aisles, darting around clothing racks and displays. I was breathing hard, trying not to full-on panic. After a few minutes of this, I allowed myself to slow down and catch my breath. Had I lost him? I peeked around an end cap display and my stomach dropped. There he was, methodically moving through the store, clearly searching for something, searching for me. I could see his face more clearly now. He looked to be in his 40s, with cold, dark eyes that sent chills down my spine. I knew I had to get help. I spotted an older woman browsing nearby and approached her, my voice shaking as I whispered, "Please help me. There's a man following me and I'm scared." The woman looked alarmed and put a protective arm around me. "It's okay, sweetie. Let's go find security," she said. As we started walking towards the front of the store, I heard a commotion behind us. The man in black had spotted me and was pushing his way through the crowded aisles. "Run!" the woman yelled, giving me a push. I took off sprinting towards the exit, weaving around startled shoppers. I could hear shouts behind me as people realized what was happening. I burst out of the store into the main mall area, my lungs burning. I spotted a security guard and ran straight for him, gasping out my story between sobs. He radioed for backup as I clung to his arm, terrified to let go. Within minutes, more guards arrived and spread out to search for the man. They never found him. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. The police were called and took my statement, but without any clear footage of the man on the security cameras, there wasn't much they could do. My mom came to pick me up and I was a hysterical mess. I told her everything through tears, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. She kept saying things like, "I'm sure it wasn't as bad as you thought," and You probably just misunderstood the situation." It made me feel so alone and scared. For weeks afterwards, I had nightmares about the man in black chasing me. I refused to go anywhere alone. My parents got frustrated with me, saying I was being overdramatic. But how could I make them understand the sheer terror I'd felt? The absolute certainty that if that man had caught me, something horrific would have happened. It's been a few months now, and I'm still not over it. I jump at shadows and loud noises. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder when I'm out in public. My friends don't understand why I've become so anxious and withdrawn. How can I explain that my sense of safety was shattered in a single afternoon? The worst part is the lingering questions. Who was that man? What did he want with me? Is he still out there somewhere, looking for his next victim? I'll probably never know the answers, and that haunts me. I know this might sound unbelievable to some people. Trust me, I wish it was just a bad dream or an overactive imagination. But it was real, too real. And I'll never forget the cold dread I felt when I saw those dark eyes locked onto me. I'm sharing this as a warning to others, especially young girls. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And please, be careful out there. You never know when a normal day could turn into your worst nightmare. I still love shopping and fashion, but now I only go to the mall with friends or family. I'm trying to work through my anxiety with the help of a therapist, but it's a slow process. Some days are better than others. I'm hoping that by sharing my story, it might help me process what happened and maybe even help someone else stay safe. To anyone reading this who's been through something similar, I believe you. I know how isolating and scary it can be when others doubt your experience. You're not alone, and it wasn't your fault. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe again, but I'm trying to take it one day at a time. All I can do is be vigilant and hope that nothing like this ever happens to me or anyone else again. Stay safe out there, everyone. There were 5 of us: me, Jake, Melissa, Chris, and Amber. We piled into Jake's beat-up Corolla and drove out to the edge of town where the cemetery was. It was freezing cold that night, and a thick fog had settled over everything, making it hard to see more than a few feet in front of us. As we approached the rusty gates of the cemetery, I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. The place just felt wrong somehow, like we weren't supposed to be there. But we were dumb teenagers, so of course we ignored that feeling and went in anyway. We wandered among the crumbling headstones, shining our phone flashlights and trying to scare each other. It was creepy, but nothing too out of the ordinary at first. Then we came across this old statue of the Virgin Mary near the back of the cemetery. It was badly damaged. The head was missing and one of the arms had broken off. But the weirdest part was how it was balanced. It looked like it should topple over at any second, but it was perfectly still. We all kind of stared at it, getting more and more unnerved. "I dare someone to touch it," Chris said with a nervous laugh. We all looked at each other, no one wanting to be the one to do it. Finally, Jake stepped forward. "Fine, I'll do it, you bunch of babies," he said. He reached out slowly and put his hand on the statue's shoulder. For a second, nothing happened. Then there was a loud crack, and the statue fell apart, crumbling into pieces on the ground. We all jumped back, hearts racing. But that wasn't even the weirdest part. Where the statue had been standing, there was now a thin red line glowing on the ground. It looked almost like it was pulsing. "What the hell is that?" Amber whispered. None of us had any idea. We all just stood there staring at it, too freaked out to move. After what felt like forever, Melissa broke the silence. "Guys, I really think we should go. This place is giving me the creeps." We all agreed and started heading back towards the car as fast as we could without actually running. I kept looking back over my shoulder, half expecting to see something chasing us, but there was nothing there, just fog and shadows. When we got back to Jake's car, we all piled in, slamming the doors shut. Jake turned the key, but the engine wouldn't start. Come on," he muttered, trying again and again. We were all getting more panicked by the second. That's when I heard it, a soft whispering sound coming from the tall grass next to the car. I couldn't make out any words, but it definitely sounded like voices. Multiple voices. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. They all nodded, eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, Amber let out a blood-curdling scream. She was staring out her window, pointing at something. There's a handprint," she stammered. "A tiny handprint, like a child's." We all leaned over to look. Sure enough, there was a small, perfect handprint on the outside of Amber's window. It hadn't been there when we got in the car. That was the last straw. Jake tried the ignition one more time, and thankfully, mercifully, the engine roared to life. He slammed it into reverse, and we peeled out of there, tires squealing. As we sped away, I looked in the rearview mirror. For just a split second, I swear I saw a group of small, shadowy figures standing by the cemetery gates, watching us go. But when I blinked, they were gone. We didn't talk much on the drive home. What was there to say? We'd all experienced something we couldn't explain, something that defied logic. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe someone was playing a prank on us. Maybe we'd all gotten spooked and imagined things. But deep down, we knew the truth. Something truly inexplicable had occurred that night. We never went back to that cemetery. In fact, we barely talked about it at all after that night. It was like we all had an unspoken agreement to just pretend it never happened. But I know none of us will ever forget it. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can still hear those whispers. And every Halloween, I make sure to stay far, far away from any cemeteries. Some things are better left undisturbed. I've never told anyone else this story before. Part of me is still scared that talking about it will somehow make it real again. But I needed to get it off my chest. I just hope that by sharing this, I'm not opening some kind of door that was meant to stay closed. To this day, I have no explanation for what we experienced. Was it ghosts, some kind of paranormal phenomenon, or just our imaginations running wild? I don't know. But I do know that I'll never set foot in Hillcrest Cemetery again as long as I live. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has had similar experiences there. Part of me wants to research the history of the place, to see if there are any stories that might explain what we saw. But another part of me is terrified of what I might find out. I've tried to put that night behind me and move on with my life. But every once in a while, something will trigger the memory. A whisper on the wind, a shadow in the corner of my eye, the laughter of children in the distance, and for a moment, I'm right back there in that foggy graveyard, staring at that eerie red line and feeling like the world as I knew it had suddenly shifted. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but I do know that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that defy our understanding of reality. And sometimes it's better not to go looking for answers. So if you're ever in Colorado and someone suggests visiting Hillcrest Cemetery on Halloween night, do yourself a favor and say no. Some places are better left alone. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. And some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. I hope by sharing this, I can warn others to stay away from that place. But part of me wonders, by putting this story out there, am I somehow inviting whatever was in that cemetery to find me again? I guess only time will tell. All I know is I'll be sleeping with the lights on tonight, and probably for many nights to come. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend Jess, her boyfriend Mike, and 2 other girls from our class, Amy and Zoe. We waited until it was fully dark, then slipped through a gap in the cemetery fence, giggling nervously as we made our way between the weathered headstones. Mike had brought the Ouija board, one of those mass-produced ones you can buy at any toy store. We found a flat stretch of grass near some really old graves and set it up. The glow from our flashlights and phone screens cast eerie shadows as we placed our fingers on the planchette. At first, nothing much happened. We asked some silly questions, and the planchette moved a bit, but we were all accusing each other of pushing it. But then things started to get weird. When we asked if any spirits were present, the planchette suddenly jerked violently and spelled out yes. None of us would admit to moving it. The temperature seemed to drop, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We asked for the spirit's name, and it spelled out Elizabeth. Jess let out a little shriek and pointed to a nearby headstone. There was an Elizabeth buried there who had died in 1872. We probably should have stopped there, but we were caught up in the excitement and kept going. We asked Elizabeth how she died, and the planchette slowly spelled out Murder. My hands were shaking as we asked who killed her. The response came quickly, Husband. Suddenly we heard a twig snap loudly nearby. We all jumped and whirled around, but saw nothing in the darkness beyond our little circle of light. "Maybe we should go," Amy whispered, but Mike insisted we ask one more question. "Elizabeth, are you angry?" he asked in a trembling voice. The planchette flew to yes so forcefully that it nearly slid off the board. And then, I swear to God, we all heard a woman's voice whisper, "Get out," right behind us. We freaked out. Jess started crying as we scrambled to our feet, leaving the Ouija board behind as we ran for the cemetery gates. I've never moved so fast in my life. I thought that would be the end of it, just a spooky Halloween prank that got out of hand. But that was only the beginning of the nightmare. The next day, things seemed normal at first. I was home alone after school, sprawled on my bed doing homework. But then I started to get this creepy feeling, like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, but it only got stronger. The air felt heavy and oppressive. I got up to go get a snack, hoping a change of scenery would help. As I walked down the hallway, I swear I saw a dark shape flit across my peripheral vision. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. In the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of juice with shaking hands. As I turned to head back to my room, I noticed all the cabinet doors were open. I was positive I hadn't left them like that. Fighting down a surge of panic, I quickly closed them all and practically ran back to my bedroom. I tried to focus on my homework again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence in the room with me. Out of nowhere, I heard a soft whisper right next to my ear. "Elizabeth." I screamed and leapt off the bed, whirling around wildly. But I was alone in the room. Thoroughly freaked out, I fled downstairs to wait for my parents in the living room. I put on the TV, hoping the noise would help calm me down. But after a few minutes, the TV suddenly changed channels on its own. It flipped rapidly through every channel before shutting off completely. I sat there frozen in terror, too scared to even reach for the remote. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice, faint but clear, calling my name from upstairs. "No, no, no," I muttered, curling into a ball on the couch. I heard slow footsteps creaking down the stairs, but I couldn't bring myself to look. Suddenly, something bumped against my foot. I jerked back with a yelp, then looked down to see my dog's tennis ball rolling across the floor. But we didn't have a dog. We'd never had one. As I stared in disbelief, the ball slowly rolled to a stop. Then it abruptly changed direction and rolled back towards me. I scrambled backwards over the arm of the couch, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. That's when I heard the growl, a deep, menacing rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I broke, sobbing hysterically. I ran for the front door and didn't stop until I reached my neighbor's house. They called my parents, who rushed home to find me a complete wreck. I babbled out the whole story, expecting them to think I was crazy. But the look they exchanged told me they believed me. Turns out they'd been experiencing weird things too. Objects moving on their own, cold spots in the house, shadows in mirrors. They just hadn't wanted to scare me by mentioning it. We didn't stay in that house another night. We packed some bags and went to stay with my grandparents while my parents arranged for a cleansing of the house. I don't know exactly what that entailed, but it seemed to work. When we finally moved back in weeks later, the oppressive atmosphere was gone. But I still catch myself looking over my shoulder sometimes, especially when I'm alone. I've never touched a Ouija board again, and I avoid cemeteries like the plague. I know now that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that are better left alone. I just hope that by sharing my story, I can prevent someone else from making the same mistake I did. Some doors, once opened, are very hard to close. We arrived in Pluckley just as the sun was setting. The narrow country lanes were shrouded in shadows from the overhanging trees, and there was an eerie stillness in the air. As we drove through the village, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Old cottages with thatched roofs loomed on either side, their windows dark and empty. "This place gives me the creeps," Emily said from the back seat, pulling her jacket tighter around her. "Come on, it's just an old village," Jake replied from behind the wheel. "Nothing to be scared of." But even he sounded a little uncertain. We'd all heard the stories about Pluckley, the ghosts that supposedly haunted its streets and surrounding woodlands, the screaming man, the phantom coach and horses, the ghostly monk. The list went on. I tried to tell myself it was all just local legends to attract tourists. But as night fell and darkness enveloped the village, those stories started to feel a lot more real. We decided to check out one of Pluckley's most famous haunted spots, the Screaming Woods near Dicky Buss's Lane. Legend had it that the woods were home to the ghost of a highwayman who'd been killed there centuries ago. His screams were said to still echo through the trees on dark nights. As we approached the woods, Jake slowed the car to a crawl. The headlights barely penetrated the gloom ahead. Gnarled old trees loomed on either side of the narrow lane, their branches reaching out like crooked fingers. "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested, a chill running down my spine. "This doesn't feel right." But Jake just laughed and kept driving. "Don't tell me you're chickening out already. We came all this way. Might as well see it through." I wish I'd insisted we leave right then and there, but I didn't want to seem like a coward, so I kept my mouth shut as we continued deeper into the woods. We hadn't gone much further when a strange mist began to swirl around the car. At first it was just wisps, barely visible in the headlights, but it quickly grew thicker, obscuring our view of the road ahead. "What the hell?" Jake muttered, leaning forward to peer through the windshield. The mist seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. As it enveloped us, the temperature in the car plummeted. I could see my breath misting in front of my face. "Guys, I really don't like this," Emily said, her voice trembling. "Can we please go back?" Jake tried to turn the car around, but the engine suddenly sputtered and died. He turned the key, but nothing happened. We were stranded in the midst of that unnatural fog. That's when things got even weirder. The silver cross necklace Emily was wearing suddenly started to glow red hot. She cried out in pain and tore it off, dropping it to the floor, where it left a scorch mark on the carpet. At the same time, the St. Christopher medal hanging from Jake's rearview mirror burst into flames. I fumbled for the rosary beads in my pocket, only to find them burning hot to the touch. I yelped and yanked my hand back, my fingers stinging. What the hell was going on? Outside the car, dark shapes seemed to move within the mist. I caught glimpses of what looked like human figures, but distorted and wrong somehow. They circled the car, drawing closer. Emily started to sob in the back seat. Jake kept trying the ignition, growing more frantic with each failed attempt. I sat frozen, unable to tear my eyes away from the nightmarish scene outside. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, we heard it, a blood-curdling scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, filled with rage and anguish. The sound cut right through me, making every hair on my body stand on end. The scream faded, only to be replaced by a cacophony of whispers. Countless voices hissed and muttered just on the edge of hearing. I couldn't make out any words, but the malevolence behind them was unmistakable. I squeezed my eyes shut and started to pray, though I'm not normally a religious person. I just desperately wanted this nightmare to end. I'm not sure how long we sat there, trapped in that fog and surrounded by those things. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Eventually, Jake managed to get the engine started again. He threw the car into reverse and floored it, not caring that he could barely see the road. As suddenly as it had appeared, the mist dissipated. We burst out of the woods and back onto the main road through Pluckley. Jake didn't stop until we were well clear of the village limits. We pulled over at a petrol station to catch our breath and try to process what had just happened. That's when we noticed the marks on our skin, angry red welts in the shape of handprints, as if something had tried to grab us. Emily had them on her arms, Jake on his neck, and I found some on my back when I checked later. But the weirdest part was that the marks faded completely within an hour, leaving no trace. To this day, I have no explanation for what we experienced that night in Pluckley. We've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of mass hallucination, or we accidentally drove through some kind of toxic gas. But deep down, I know those explanations don't fit. Whatever happened in those woods was beyond natural explanation. I still have nightmares about those dark shapes in the mist, and that inhuman scream echoing through the trees. Emily refuses to talk about that night at all. Jake puts on a brave face, but I've caught him looking over his shoulder more than once, as if expecting to see something following him. We never went back to Pluckley, and I don't think we ever will. Some places are haunted for a reason, and it's best to leave them alone. I used to be skeptical about ghost stories and the supernatural, but after what we went through that Halloween night, I'm a lot more open-minded. There are things in this world that defy explanation, dark, ancient things that it's better not to disturb. So if you're ever thinking of visiting Pluckley for a bit of spooky fun, take my advice. Don't. Some legends are best left as just that, because sometimes the truth behind them is far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. It was just after midnight on November 1st, technically. My boyfriend Tom and I had gone to bed early after handing out candy to trick-or-treaters all evening. We were both exhausted from a long week at work and fell asleep almost instantly. I'm not sure what woke me up. Maybe a car outside or the wind. But suddenly I found myself wide awake, lying on my side facing Tom. The room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight coming through a gap in the curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with a jolt that there was someone else in the room. A figure was standing at the foot of the bed just watching us. My heart started pounding, but I was frozen in place, afraid to move or make a sound. The figure was tall and imposing, definitely a man. He was wearing some kind of hooded red cloak or robe that obscured most of his body. But I could see he had on a black leather vest over it. The combination was strange and anachronistic, like something from another time. His face was hidden in shadow under the hood. I couldn't make out any features, but I had the distinct feeling he was looking directly at Tom. There was an air of intense focus about him. Oddly, I didn't feel threatened. Scared out of my mind, yes, but not in danger. The figure's posture and energy didn't seem aggressive or malevolent. If anything, he seemed protective, watchful. I can't quite explain it. I lay there paralyzed for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a few minutes. My mind was racing. Was this really happening? Was I dreaming? Having some kind of sleep paralysis episode? I tried to convince myself it wasn't real, but everything felt far too vivid and present. The figure started to move, walking slowly around the perimeter of the room. His movements were fluid and graceful, almost gliding. There was no sound of footsteps on the hardwood floor. As he passed by the window, the moonlight illuminated him briefly. I caught a glimpse of pale, almost translucent skin on his hands. They looked ancient and wizened. He paused by Tom's dresser, seeming to study the framed photos there. Family pictures, shots of us on vacation. I wanted desperately to wake Tom up, to have him see this too, and confirm I wasn't going crazy. But I was still frozen, unable to speak or move. The figure turned back towards the bed. Though I couldn't see his eyes, I sensed his gaze shifting to me. A chill ran through my body. Did he know I was awake and watching him? He stood there for a long moment, and I had the strangest feeling he was trying to communicate something to me. Not with words, but some kind of energy or intention. I felt a sense of reassurance wash over me. Then he moved towards the bedroom door. Just as he was about to pass through it, I finally found my voice and let out a choked gasp. In that instant, I managed to flail my arm out and hit the switch for the bedside lamp. Light flooded the room, and the figure was gone. Tom jolted awake, startled by the sudden brightness. "What's wrong?" he mumbled groggily. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. "There was someone in here," I whispered. "A man in a red hood. He was watching us." Tom sat up, instantly alert. He jumped out of bed and checked the whole apartment, but of course found nothing. No sign of an intruder, all doors and windows still locked. "It must have been a bad dream," he said, trying to comfort me. "Or maybe you were half asleep and saw shadows that looked like a person." I wanted to believe that. It would have been so much easier, but I knew with absolute certainty that what I'd seen was real. The vivid details were seared into my mind. I didn't sleep at all the rest of that night. I sat up in bed, clutching Tom's hand, jumping at every little sound. When dawn finally came, I felt marginally better. Somehow the daylight made the whole experience seem more distant, less terrifying. As the days and weeks passed, I struggled to process what had happened. I couldn't stop thinking about it, analyzing every detail. The more I reflected, the more I became convinced that whatever I'd seen wasn't evil or malicious. There had been an aura of benevolence about the figure, like he was there to watch over us, to keep us safe. A guardian of some kind. The thought both comforted and unnerved me. I started researching, looking into the history of our apartment building and neighborhood. I learned that the land had once been a small farm in the 1800s. The farmer and his wife had lost their only son in a tragic accident. According to local legend, the grieving father became a recluse, rarely leaving the property. He was known for wearing a distinctive red cloak and black leather vest. Could it be? The similarities were striking, but I'd never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits before. The rational part of my brain kept insisting there had to be a logical explanation. I debated telling others about what I'd seen, but I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. I confined myself to anonymous online forums about paranormal experiences. Reading other people's encounters helped me feel less alone, but I never found anything quite like what I'd experienced. As months went by, life gradually returned to normal. The initial terror faded, replaced by a sort of wary acceptance. I never saw the figure again, but I often felt like I was being watched. Not in a creepy way, but a protective one. I started leaving out small offerings, a candle, some flowers, a coin. It felt silly, but also right somehow, like acknowledging the presence that shared our space. Tom thinks I'm being superstitious, but he humors me. He doesn't really believe what I saw was real, but he knows the experience affected me deeply. He's been incredibly supportive through it all. Now, a year later, I'm still not sure how to categorize what happened that Halloween night. Was it a ghost? A spirit? A glimpse into some other dimension? Or just an incredibly vivid hallucination? I may never know for certain, but the experience changed me profoundly. I'm more open now to the idea that there are things in this world we can't fully explain or understand. Sometimes at night, I still find myself scanning the shadows, half expecting to see that hooded figure again. Part of me hopes I will, if only to confirm I'm not crazy, but mostly I hope he's still there, unseen, watching over us. I don't know if sharing this will help anyone else who's had a similar experience, but it helps me to put it into words, to try to make sense of it. If nothing else, maybe it will remind people to keep an open mind. There's more to this world than we can see or touch. Sometimes the veil lifts just for a moment, and we catch a glimpse of something beyond. So if you're reading this, especially around Halloween, pay attention to the shadows in your room at night. You never know what or who might be lurking there. Not all spirits mean us harm. Some may even be there to protect us. Just remember, if you do see something, think twice before you turn on the light. You might miss your chance to connect with whatever's on the other side. The night started off normal enough. We were hanging out in my room, having a few drinks and swapping ghost stories. You know, typical Halloween stuff. But as the night wore on, we got restless and decided to do some exploring. Someone mentioned that there were supposedly old tunnels and hidden rooms in the basement levels, left over from the building's nightclub days. We thought it would be fun to check them out. Looking back, I wish we had just stayed upstairs. There were 5 of us who ventured down, me, my roommate Jake, and our friends Melissa, Chris, and Amber. The basement entrance was through this creaky old door at the end of a hallway. As soon as we opened it, Musty air hit us like a wall. The stairwell leading down was pitch black. We turned on our phone flashlights and started descending. The first level down seemed normal enough, just storage rooms and old furniture. But as we went deeper, things started to get weird. The hallways seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense for the size of the building. We kept hearing odd noises too, shuffling footsteps, whispers, even what sounded like faint music at times. We tried to laugh it off, but I could tell everyone was getting freaked out. After what felt like hours of wandering, though it was probably only 30-40 minutes, we decided to head back up. That's when we realized we were completely lost. None of the corridors looked familiar. Our phones had no signal down there, and the GPS wasn't working. Panic started to set in as we frantically searched for a way out. Then we heard it, clear as day, the sound of thumping dance music coming from somewhere nearby. We followed the sound, thinking maybe we'd found an exit, or at least other people. But what we found was so much worse. We turned a corner and saw a long hallway stretching out before us, lit by pulsing, colorful lights. The music was definitely coming from down there. But here's the thing, this hallway shouldn't have existed. We were way below ground level by this point, in an area that couldn't possibly connect to anything. As we stood there staring, frozen in disbelief, dark figures started emerging from the far end of the hall. They were moving in a strange, jerky way, almost like puppets. And the music, it sounded warped and distorted up close, like it was being played underwater. We ran. I don't remember much after that, just a blur of frantic sprinting through pitch-black corridors. Somehow we found our way back to the main stairwell and burst out into the ground floor hallway, all of us hyperventilating and on the verge of tears. We tried to go to the building manager the next day to report what we'd seen, but he just laughed it off. Said the basement levels were all sealed off years ago, that we must have gotten turned around in the regular storage areas. But I know what we experienced was real. It's been a few months now, and things have been quiet. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear that muffled, distorted music drifting up from below. I've started looking for a new place to live. I don't know what's down there in those tunnels, but I don't want to stick around to find out. I can't stop thinking about those jerky, puppet-like figures we saw. Were they ghosts? Some kind of interdimensional beings? Or just a hallucination brought on by fear and disorientation? I guess I'll never know for sure. But one thing's certain, I'll never set foot in that basement again as long as I live. The whole experience has left me shaken in a way that's hard to describe. It's like the foundation of reality cracked open for a moment, revealing something dark and incomprehensible beneath. I find myself questioning everything now. What other impossible things might be hiding just out of sight? I've tried to research the history of the building, hoping to find some explanation for what we saw. Turns out the nightclub that used to be here had a pretty shady reputation. There were rumors of occult activity, disappearances, even human trafficking. Nothing concrete, but enough to make me wonder if something sinister from the past has lingered on in those subterranean corridors. The strangest part is how normal everything seems on the surface. Life goes on as usual in the dorm. People come and go, classes happen, parties are thrown. But now I notice little things. How the building sometimes creaks and groans at night in a way that sounds almost like distant music. The way shadows sometimes seem to move in my peripheral vision. The occasional whiff of musty air, like the basement is exhaling. I've tried talking to the others who were there that night. Jake and Melissa refused to discuss it at all. Chris transferred to another school. Only Amber will talk about it, and she's as freaked out as I am. We've made a pact to never go down there again, no matter what. But sometimes I find myself drawn to that basement door, staring at it, wondering what secrets lie beyond. Part of me wants to go back down there, to prove to myself that it was all just a hallucination or a prank. But a bigger part of me is terrified of what I might find. I don't know how to move on from this. How do you just go back to normal life after experiencing something so profoundly strange and terrifying? I feel like I'm carrying around this secret knowledge that there's more to reality than most people realize. It's isolating and overwhelming. For now, I'm just trying to focus on my studies and get through the semester. But I know I'll never forget that night, or shake the feeling that something is very wrong with this building. Whatever is down there in those impossible tunnels, I hope it stays there, because I have a feeling that if it ever decided to come up to our world, things would get very bad, very quickly. I keep replaying that moment when we first saw the lit-up hallway and those strange figures. It was like looking through a window into another world, a world that shouldn't exist, that our minds couldn't quite process. The memory of it makes my skin crawl even now. Sometimes I wonder if we somehow crossed over into that other world for a while. If those twisting corridors were taking us further and further away from our reality. What if we hadn't found our way back? Would we still be down there, lost in an endless maze of impossible architecture? I've started having nightmares about it. In the dreams, I'm back in those tunnels, but I'm alone. The walls are pulsing and shifting around me. I can hear that warped music getting louder and louder. And always, at the end of the dream, I see those jerky figures coming towards me, their faces blank and featureless. I usually wake up screaming. The worst part is not knowing what we really saw or what it means, not knowing if it could happen again. Every time I hear an unexpected sound in the building now, my heart starts racing. Is it just normal, settling noises or something more sinister? I've thought about trying to get the basement investigated somehow, but who would believe us? And even if they did, I'm not sure I want to risk unleashing whatever is down there. Maybe it's better left alone, sealed away in the dark where it can't hurt anyone. But then I think about future students living here, unaware of the danger lurking below their feet. Should I try to warn them somehow? Leave an anonymous note? I don't know what the right thing to do is. For now, I'm counting down the days until I can move out of here. I never want to set foot in this building again once I leave. But I know that even when I'm gone, a part of me will always be wondering about those tunnels and what secrets they hold. Some experiences change you forever, and that night in the basement was definitely one of them. I just hope that whatever is down there stays down there, because if it ever finds its way up to our world, I have a feeling things will never be the same again. I transformed myself into a grotesque zombie bride, complete with torn white dress, fake blood, and gruesome prosthetic wounds. Emily went for a terrifying demon look, with red contact lenses, horns, and intricate face paint that made her look truly demonic. We were both pretty proud of how genuinely scary we looked. Since Halloween isn't as big of a deal in the UAE, we figured the mall would be a good place to show off our costumes and maybe get some funny reactions from people. As we walked through the bustling shopping center, we definitely turned some heads. Most people seemed amused or startled, and quite a few asked to take photos with us. We were having a great time, laughing at people's reactions and enjoying the novelty of being these creepy characters for a night. But things took an uncomfortable turn when we stopped to get some food at the food court. As we were waiting in line, I noticed a man staring at us intently from a nearby table. At first I thought he was just shocked by our costumes like everyone else, but there was something off about the way he was looking at us. I tried to shrug it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. We got our food and sat down at a table, and I noticed the man get up and start walking in our direction. My stomach dropped as he approached our table with a wide grin. "Hello, ladies," he said in heavily accented English. "You look very beautiful tonight." Emily and I exchanged confused glances. Beautiful? We literally looked like monsters straight out of a horror movie. Thanks," I mumbled awkwardly, hoping he would take the hint and leave. But he didn't. Instead, he pulled up a chair uninvited and sat down right next to me. I could smell alcohol on his breath as he leaned in closer. "Where are you from? Are you here on vacation?" he asked, his eyes roving over us in a way that made my skin crawl. "We live here," Emily replied curtly, "and we're trying to eat, so if you don't mind." He ignored her completely. "You must come back to my hotel room. We can have a party, just the three of us." He winked and reached out to touch my arm. I jerked away instinctively. "No, thank you," I said firmly. "We're not interested." But he was persistent. "Come on, don't be like that. I'm a very rich man. I can show you a good time. Let me buy you drinks." "We said no," Emily snapped. "Please leave us alone." I was starting to panic a bit. This guy clearly wasn't taking no for an answer, and I didn't know how to make him go away without causing a scene. I looked around desperately, hoping to catch the eye of a security guard or something. The man grabbed my wrist, his grip painfully tight. "Don't be rude," he growled. "I'm trying to be nice to you." That was the last straw. I yanked my arm away and stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. "We're leaving," I announced. "Don't follow us." Emily and I quickly gathered our things and speed walked away, my heart pounding. I kept glancing back nervously, terrified he would chase after us. But thankfully, he stayed put, glaring at us from the table. We didn't slow down until we were on the opposite side of the mall. I was shaking, feeling violated and angry and confused all at once. "What the hell was that about?" Emily exclaimed once we finally stopped. "Why would he target us when we look like this? We're literally the least attractive we could possibly be right now." I shook my head, at a loss. "I have no idea. Maybe he has some kind of weird fetish, or he was just so drunk he didn't care what we looked like." We debated theories for a while, but couldn't come up with any explanation that made sense. The whole incident left me deeply unsettled. Here we were, dressed up as these intimidating, grotesque creatures, and it still wasn't enough to deter unwanted male attention. If anything, our costumes seemed to have attracted it. For the rest of the night, I felt on edge and hyper-aware of everyone around us. What I had hoped would be a fun, carefree evening of costume play had turned into a tense, paranoid experience. Every time a man looked in our direction or walked near us, I found myself tensing up, ready to run. We ended up cutting the night short and heading home early. As we scrubbed off our elaborate makeup, I couldn't shake the lingering sense of unease. It was a stark reminder that as women, we're never truly safe from harassment, no matter how we look or dress. Even transformed into literal monsters, we were still seen as objects to be pursued and Proposition Ed. In the days that followed, I found myself replaying the incident over and over in my mind. I kept thinking of all the things I should have said or done differently. Should we have been more forceful in telling him off? Should we have immediately reported him to mall security? But mostly, I just couldn't wrap my head around his motivation. What kind of person sees two women dressed as horrifying creatures and decides that's the perfect opportunity to try to get them into bed? It defied all logic and reason. I also couldn't help but wonder, if he was willing to be so aggressive with us looking like that, how would he have behaved if we'd been dressed normally? The thought sent chills down my spine. The experience definitely changed how I view Halloween and costume parties. What I once saw as harmless fun now feels potentially dangerous. I find myself second-guessing my costume choices, wondering if they might somehow invite unwanted attention. It's been months since that night, but I still get a knot in my stomach when I think about it. That feeling of vulnerability and powerlessness in the face of such persistent, entitled behavior is hard to shake. It was a harsh reminder that no matter how we present ourselves to the world, some men will always see women as conquests to be pursued, regardless of our wishes. I've shared this story with other female friends, and sadly, many of them have similar tales of harassment while in costume. It seems to be a depressingly common experience. Some theorized that perhaps costumes make women seem more approachable or vulnerable. Others suggested that alcohol and the party atmosphere of Halloween lead some men to be more aggressive than usual. Whatever the reason, it's clear that the issue goes far beyond just one creepy guy in a mall. It speaks to deeper problems of entitlement and disregard for women's autonomy that persist in many cultures. I still love Halloween and dressing up, but now I'm much more cautious about where I go and who I'm with while in costume. It saddens me that we have to take such precautions just to enjoy a fun holiday tradition. But until broader cultural attitudes change, it feels necessary for safety. I hope that by sharing this experience I can help raise awareness about the issue of harassment on Halloween and year-round. No one should have to feel afraid or uncomfortable while simply trying to have a good time with friends. We all deserve to feel safe and respected, no matter how we're dressed. I never believed in ghosts or the paranormal until we moved into our old colonial house in Long Island. It was a beautiful place, built in 1907 with all the charm and character you'd expect from a home of that era. My wife and I fell in love with it instantly. The hardwood floors, the intricate moldings, the spacious rooms. We thought it would be the perfect place to raise our young son. Little did we know what we were getting ourselves into. The first incident happened about a month after we moved in. I was home alone, relaxing in the living room while my wife was out running errands with our son. The house was perfectly quiet and still. Suddenly, I heard clear, distinct footsteps coming up the stairs. It wasn't just a creak or settling noise. These were unmistakably footsteps, slow and deliberate. My heart started racing as I realized there shouldn't be anyone else in the house. I called out hesitantly, thinking maybe my wife had come home early. No response. The footsteps continued up to the second-floor landing, then stopped. I was frozen in place, unsure what to do. After a minute of tense silence, I finally worked up the courage to investigate. But when I went upstairs, there was no one there. All the rooms were empty and undisturbed. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the old house settling or my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I had heard, and it was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became more frequent. My wife would hear knocking on our bedroom door in the middle of the night, but when she checked, the hallway was empty. Objects would mysteriously move or disappear, only to turn up later in odd places. We'd hear footsteps pacing the upstairs hallway when we were downstairs. At first, we were terrified. We'd lie awake at night, jumping at every little noise. But gradually, we started to get the sense that whatever presence was in our home wasn't malevolent. It never felt threatening or angry. If anything, it seemed curious, like it was observing us, maybe even trying to interact in its own way. Things took an even stranger turn when our 4-year-old son started talking about the people in the walls. He'd chat away to empty corners of rooms, laughing and playing as if someone was there. We chalked it up to an overactive imagination at first. But then he started describing things he shouldn't have known about. One day, he came running downstairs, excitedly telling us about how he'd been playing with Grandpa. My father had passed away before my son was born, so this caught me off guard. I asked him to describe Grandpa, thinking he'd just made up some generic old man. But what he said next chilled me to the bone. "He has long hair and big wings," my son exclaimed. "He says he's watching over us and keeping us safe." My father had indeed worn his hair long in his later years, and the mention of wings, well, it immediately made me think of angels, guardian angels. Could it be possible that my dad's spirit was somehow present in our home? As unsettling as all this was, I started to feel a strange sense of comfort. If it really was my father's spirit, I knew he'd never harm us. Maybe he was just trying to make his presence known, to let us know he was still looking out for his family. We decided to do some research into the history of our house. It turned out that several families had lived here over the decades, and there were no records of any tragic deaths or violent events. But we did learn that the original owners had been a deeply religious family who believed strongly in guardian spirits. As the weeks went by, we gradually got used to the unusual activity in our home. The footsteps and knocks became almost routine. Sometimes I'd even find myself saying good morning to the empty hallway, half expecting a response. One night, I was up late working in my home office when I felt a sudden chill. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I had the distinct sensation of being watched. But strangely, I wasn't afraid. I felt protected, safe, like someone was standing guard over me. I turned around slowly, half expecting to see a ghostly figure. Instead, I saw only my own reflection in the window. But for just a split second, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, with long hair and kind eyes, my father's face. In that moment, all my doubts vanished. I knew with absolute certainty that my dad was there with us, watching over his family just as he always had in life. Tears welled up in my eyes as I whispered, "Thanks, Dad. We love you too." From that night on, the activity in our house took on a different feeling. Instead of scaring us, it comforted us. The footsteps on the stairs became a familiar sound, like the creaks and groans of a well-loved home. When objects moved, we'd just smile and say, "Thanks, Dad," as we put them back. Our son continued to have his conversations with Grandpa, coming to us with little bits of advice or encouragement that seemed far too wise for a 4-year-old. It was as if my father was using him as a conduit to communicate with us. We've lived in this house for over a year now, and the paranormal activity has become a normal part of our lives. We've had friends and family visit who've experienced strange occurrences, a door closing on its own, whispered voices, the feeling of being touched. Some get spooked and refuse to come back. Others are fascinated and want to know more. As for us, we've come to see our house as more than just a home. It's a bridge between worlds, a place where the veil between the living and the dead is just a little bit thinner. We feel blessed to have this connection to those who've passed on, especially my father. I know many people would think we're crazy for staying in a haunted house. They'd tell us to call an exorcist or just move out. But to us, this is more than just a house. It's where 3 generations of our family have come together. My father may have passed from this world, but his love and protection live on within these walls. So if you ever find yourself experiencing something unexplainable in your home, try not to be afraid. Open your mind to the possibility that it might be a loved one reaching out, trying to let you know they're still with you. Sometimes, what we perceive as scary might actually be the greatest comfort of all. We don't know how long this connection will last, or why it's happening in our home specifically. But for now, we're grateful for every footstep, every whisper, every inexplicable occurrence. Because to us, it's not a haunting, it's simply our family, together again in ways we never thought possible. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it's been over a year now. My roommate Jake and I had been living in this old Victorian house in a small town outside of London for about 6 months. We'd found it online and thought we'd lucked out. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a big place. Looking back, I guess that should have been our first warning sign. It was a chilly autumn evening, and I'd just gotten home from a long day at work. As soon as I walked in the door, I felt like something was off. There was a heaviness in the air, an odd stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I called out for Jake but got no response. Figuring he must be out, I headed upstairs to my room to change. As I reached the top of the stairs, I froze. There, at the end of the hallway, I saw a woman. She was pale, almost translucent, with long dark hair obscuring most of her face. My heart started racing as I blinked hard. Sure, I must be seeing things. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone. I stood there for what felt like ages, trying to process what I'd just seen. It had to have been a trick of the light, right? Or maybe I was more tired than I realized. I shook my head and continued to my room, doing my best to push the unsettling image out of my mind. Later that night, Jake finally got home. I debated whether or not to tell him about what I'd seen, not wanting him to think I was losing it. In the end, I decided to keep it to myself. We hung out in the living room for a bit, catching up on our days. Everything felt normal again, and I started to relax. That's when we heard it. A loud, deliberate knock coming from upstairs. We both jumped, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" Jake whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. We sat in tense silence, straining our ears. After a minute or two of nothing, Jake let out a nervous laugh. "Must have been the pipes or something," he said, but I could tell he didn't really believe it. We tried to go back to our conversation, but the atmosphere had shifted. Every creak of the old house made us flinch. I kept glancing toward the stairs, half expecting to see that woman again. Around midnight, we decided to call it a night and headed to our rooms. I tossed and turned for hours, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. Just as I was finally starting to drift off, I heard it again, that same deliberate knock, this time right outside my bedroom door. My eyes flew open, and I lay there, frozen in fear, barely daring to breathe. After what seemed like an eternity, I summoned the courage to get up and check. With trembling hands, I turned the doorknob and peered out into the darkened hallway. Nothing. No one was there. I let out a shaky breath and was about to close the door when something caught my eye. There, on the floor, was a single, long, dark hair. I barely slept that night, and the next morning I was a mess. Jake looked equally rough when I saw him at breakfast. "Rough night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He nodded, avoiding eye contact. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep," he mumbled. I wanted to press him, to ask if he'd experienced anything strange, but something held me back. Instead, we ate in uncomfortable silence, both of us jumping at every little sound. That day at work, I couldn't focus on anything. I kept replaying the events of the night before in my head, trying to make sense of it all. By the time I got home, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe we just needed to get more sleep or cut back on late-night horror movies. But as soon as I walked in the door, that heavy, oppressive feeling was back. Jake was already home, sitting on the couch with a glazed look in his eyes. When I said hello, he barely responded, just grunting and keeping his eyes fixed on the TV. I headed to the kitchen to grab a snack, trying to ignore the prickly feeling on the back of my neck. As I reached for an apple, I caught a glimpse of movement in the window reflection. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. Just the empty backyard, growing dark in the fading daylight. That's when I noticed something odd about Jake. He was muttering to himself, too low for me to make out the words. His eyes were still glued to the TV, but it wasn't even on. I called his name, but he didn't respond. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I walked over and shook his shoulder. He snapped out of it with a start, looking around wildly. "What? What's going on?" he asked, sounding confused and slightly panicked. I asked if he was okay, and he insisted he was fine, just tired. But I could see the fear in his eyes, mirroring my own. We decided to turn in early that night, both of us on edge and desperate for some normalcy. As I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I heard Jake's footsteps in the hallway. They paused outside my door for a moment, and I held my breath, waiting. But then they continued on, and I heard his door close. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. It took me a second to realize it was coming from Jake's room. I leapt out of bed and ran down the hall, throwing open his door without hesitation. Jake was sitting up in bed, his eyes wide with terror, pointing at the corner of the room. "She's there," he yelled. "Can't you see her?" But when I looked, all I saw was shadows. I flipped on the light and tried to calm Jake down. He was shaking uncontrollably, insisting that he'd seen a woman standing in the corner, watching him sleep. As he described her, pale, with long dark hair, my blood ran cold. It was the same woman I'd seen in the hallway. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, too scared to go back to our rooms. As the sun came up, we finally talked about everything that had been happening. Jake admitted he'd been seeing and hearing things for weeks, but had been too afraid to say anything. I told him about my experiences too, and we realized just how bad things had gotten. We decided then and there that we needed to move out. But when we checked our lease agreement, our hearts sank. We were locked in for another 6 months, with a hefty penalty for breaking the contract early. We couldn't afford it, and neither of us had anywhere else to go. So we stayed, trying to convince ourselves that we could tough it out. We sage-smudged the house, hung protective charms, even had a local priest come by to bless the place. Nothing seemed to help. The activity continued, sometimes intensifying, sometimes quieting down for a few days before starting up again. We'd hear footsteps when we were both in the same room, see shadows moving out of the corner of our eyes, feel cold spots that would appear and disappear randomly. One night, things escalated to a terrifying new level. I woke up in the middle of the night to find Jake standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me with a blank expression. When I said his name, he didn't respond. He just stood there, unmoving for what felt like hours. Then, without a word, he turned and walked out. The next morning, Jake had no memory of the incident, but from that point on, his behavior became increasingly erratic. He'd have mood swings, going from cheerful to furious in seconds. Sometimes I'd catch him talking to someone who wasn't there, his voice low and urgent. I was terrified, not just of the house anymore, but of Jake too. I didn't know if he was being affected by whatever was in the house, or if the stress was causing him to have some kind of breakdown. Either way, I felt completely helpless. We tried to move out 2 more times, but each time something would go wrong. Our new apartments would fall through at the last minute, or we'd suddenly find ourselves short on funds for the deposit. It was like the house didn't want to let us go. Now, a year later, we're still here. The activity has lessened somewhat, but it's never truly gone away. We've learned to live with it, in a way, but the fear is always there, just below the surface. I don't know what's really going on in this house. I don't know if it's genuinely haunted, or if there's some other explanation for everything we've experienced. All I know is that it's changed us, maybe permanently. We're not the same people who moved in here all those months ago. Sometimes, late at night, I still see that woman out of the corner of my eye. I still hear those deliberate knocks, and I still wonder if we'll ever truly be free of this place, or if it will follow us long after we've finally managed to leave. If you're reading this and you're thinking about renting an old house because the price seems too good to be true, take it from me. There's probably a reason for that. Some things are worth more than saving a few bucks on rent. Your peace of mind, your sense of safety, your very sanity, these are priceless. Don't make the same mistake we did, because once you're in, you might find it a lot harder to get out than you ever imagined. I never believed in the supernatural until we moved into our new house last summer. My wife Emily and I were so excited to finally have a place of our own, with plenty of room for our 4-year-old daughter Lily to play and grow. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and settling into our new routines. Everything seemed perfect. But then, about a month after we moved in, Lily started acting strange. She became clingy and anxious, especially at bedtime. She'd cry and beg us not to leave her alone in her room. We thought it was just typical adjustment issues for a young child in a new environment. We tried to be patient and reassuring. One night, as I was tucking Lily into bed, she grabbed my arm tightly and whispered, "Daddy, there's someone in the corner." My heart skipped a beat, but I forced a smile and assured her it was just shadows from the nightlight. I even dramatically checked under the bed and in the closet to show her there was nothing to be afraid of. She seemed to calm down, so I kissed her goodnight and left the room. But as the days went on, Lily's fear only intensified. She insisted on sleeping with the lights on and would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. During the day, she'd suddenly freeze and stare wide-eyed at empty spaces around the house. When we asked what was wrong, she'd just shake her head and cling to us. I tried to rationalize it all away. Kids have overactive imaginations, right? But deep down, a gnawing sense of unease was growing inside me. There was something off about this house, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. Then it happened to me. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle or even open my eyes. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. I felt a presence in the room, hovering over the bed. The air felt thick and heavy, pressing down on my chest. I tried to call out to Emily, but no sound would come out. In my mind, I saw flashes of a woman's face, pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes filled with malice. I could feel her hatred and anger radiating towards me. I struggled against the paralysis with every ounce of my will, desperate to wake up, to move, to do anything. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to jerk awake with a gasp. I sat bolt upright, drenched in cold sweat and shaking. Emily stirred beside me, asking groggily what was wrong. I couldn't bring myself to tell her. I didn't want to scare her, and part of me still wanted to believe it was just a particularly vivid nightmare. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just a dream. The feeling of that presence lingered, like a foul taste in my mouth. I lay awake the rest of the night, every muscle tense, straining to hear any unusual sounds in the house. The next day, I was a wreck. I must have looked terrible because Emily kept asking if I was feeling all right. I brushed off her concerns, not ready to admit what had happened. But that evening, as we were getting ready for bed, Lily had another meltdown. "I don't want to sleep in my room," she wailed. "The scary lady is there." Emily tried to soothe her, but Lily was inconsolable. "She's angry, Mommy. She doesn't want us here." I felt the blood drain from my face. Lily's words hit too close to home, echoing what I'd felt during my paralysis episode. I exchanged a worried glance with Emily. We ended up letting Lily sleep with us that night, but none of us got much rest. Over the next few days, the oppressive atmosphere in the house seemed to intensify. Objects would mysteriously fall off shelves. Doors would slam shut on their own. The air felt consistently chilly, even though it was the middle of summer and our AC wasn't that strong. Emily finally confronted me, demanding to know what was going on. I broke down and told her everything. About my sleep paralysis experience, about the presence I'd felt, about my growing certainty that Lily's fears weren't just childish imagination. To my surprise, Emily believed me immediately. She confessed that she'd been experiencing strange things too, feeling watched when she was alone in the house, hearing whispers when no one was there, seeing fleeting shadows out of the corner of her eye. We were both terrified, but didn't know what to do. Things came to a head about a week later. I was in the kitchen late at night, unable to sleep. Suddenly, I heard a blood-curdling scream from upstairs. I raced up to find Lily thrashing in her bed, eyes wide with terror, pointing at the corner of her room. She's there, she shrieked. I saw nothing, but the air in that corner seemed to shimmer and distort, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Without thinking, I shouted at the empty space, "Leave us alone! This is our home now. You're not welcome here." To my shock, I felt a gust of icy wind blow past me. The temperature in the room plummeted for a few seconds, then suddenly returned to normal. Lily stopped screaming and collapsed into my arms, sobbing. After that night, things seemed to improve. The oppressive atmosphere lifted somewhat. Lily stopped having nightly terrors, though she still insisted on sleeping with a light on. Emily and I started to relax, hoping the worst was behind us. But we were wrong. Just when we thought it was over, subtle signs began to reappear. Lily started talking about the sad lady again, though she said she wasn't as scary now. She'd tell us the lady was just watching, not trying to scare her anymore. Emily and I would catch glimpses of movement in mirrors or reflective surfaces. Sometimes we'd hear soft weeping coming from empty rooms. It was as if the entity had changed tactics, no longer trying to drive us out, but instead observing us, coexisting with us. We're at a loss for what to do. We've invested so much in this house, both financially and emotionally. We don't want to leave, but we're constantly on edge. Lily seems to have adjusted somewhat, but is it really okay to raise our child in a house with a ghostly presence? We've been debating whether to call in a priest for a blessing, or maybe a medium or paranormal investigator. But part of us is afraid that acknowledging the entity more directly might make things worse again. For now, we're in a strange limbo, not exactly at peace, but not under active attack either. We go about our daily lives, trying to pretend everything is normal, all while acutely aware of the unseen presence sharing our home. I never believed in ghosts before, but now I'm living with one. And the scariest part is, I don't know if we'll ever truly be alone in our house again. The roads were quiet and dark as I cruised along in my beat-up Chevy. I was exhausted and looking forward to crawling into bed. Suddenly my car started sputtering and jerking. The gas gauge needle was firmly planted on empty. My heart sank as I realized I'd forgotten to fill up earlier. "Shit," I muttered, pulling over to the side of the deserted road. I was miles from the nearest town or gas station. This was in the days before cell phones, so I knew I was in for a long, cold walk. As I got out of the car and started walking, an unsettling feeling crept over me. The trees cast eerie shadows in the moonlight. An owl hooted in the distance. I quickened my pace, eager to get to a gas station as soon as possible. After walking for what felt like an eternity, I spotted headlights approaching in the distance. Relief washed over me as I stuck out my thumb to hitchhike. The car slowed to a stop beside me, and the passenger window rolled down. "Need a lift?" asked the driver, a middle-aged man in an impeccably crisp white suit. Despite the late hour, he looked fresh and put together. "Yes, please," I said gratefully. "My car ran out of gas a few miles back. I'm trying to get to the nearest station." "Hop in," he replied with a kind smile. "There's one about 10 minutes up the road." As I settled into the passenger seat, I studied the man out of the corner of my eye. There was something odd about him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. His skin seemed almost translucent in the dim light, and despite the chill in the air, the interior of his car was strangely warm. We made small talk as we drove. I learned his name was George, and he worked in insurance. When I mentioned I was an actor, he perked up. "An actor, eh? My wife loves the theater. She's been feeling a bit down lately. Perhaps catching one of your shows would cheer her up." There was a wistful tone to his voice that tugged at my heartstrings. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the gas station. As I reached for the door handle, George stopped me. "Wait," he said, reaching into his pocket. "You'll need this." He pressed a crisp dollar bill into my hand. "For the gas." I tried to refuse, but he insisted. "Pay it forward someday," he said with a wink. As I filled up a gas can, I noticed George's car was still idling by the pumps. When I returned, he offered to drive me back to my vehicle. I hesitated for a moment. It was late, and I didn't want to impose. But there was something so genuinely kind about this stranger that I found myself agreeing. The drive back was quiet. I felt a strange heaviness in the air, like the calm before a storm. When we reached my car, I turned to thank George one last time, but the words died in my throat as I realized the passenger seat beside me was empty. The car was completely still, engine off. I blinked hard, wondering if exhaustion was making me hallucinate. But no, I was alone in the vehicle, holding a dollar bill that wasn't mine. With trembling hands, I got out and looked around wildly. There was no sign of George or his car anywhere on the dark, empty road. Shaken to my core, I quickly filled up my tank and sped home. I tried to convince myself I had dozed off and dreamed the whole thing, but the dollar in my pocket was tangible proof that something inexplicable had occurred. The next day, I couldn't shake my lingering unease. I found myself driving back to that gas station, desperate for answers. The grizzled old attendant gave me a strange look when I described my mysterious benefactor. "Funny you should mention that," he said slowly. "About 2 years ago, there was a fella matching that description who used to come by here regular. Always wore a white suit, drove a nice car. Real friendly guy." My blood ran cold as he continued. "Thing is, he passed away suddenly. Heart attack, if I remember right. His poor wife was devastated. Heard she fell into a deep depression after he died." I stood there in stunned silence as the implications sank in. Had I encountered a ghost? The idea seemed absurd, yet I couldn't deny my experience. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth. I scoured local obituaries until I found one that matched. George Harrington, beloved husband and insurance salesman, dead of a heart attack at 52. What's more, I managed to track down his widow, Margaret. When I worked up the courage to visit her, I was struck by the profound sadness in her eyes. Hesitantly, I recounted my story, showing her the dollar bill George had given me. Margaret's hand flew to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "That's impossible," she whispered. "But that's George's handwriting on the bill. He always wrote our anniversary date on dollar bills, said it was for good luck." Sure enough, there was a small date inked in the corner of the bill. Margaret told me she had been in a downward spiral since George's death, even contemplating taking her own life. But my visit had rekindled a spark of hope in her. "If George found a way to reach out from beyond," she said, squeezing my hand, "then maybe there's more to this life than we understand. Thank you for bringing me this message." As I left Margaret's house that day, I felt a mixture of awe and lingering unease. I've turned that night over in my mind countless times in the years since, trying to make sense of it. Was it truly a ghostly encounter, a shared delusion, some sort of time slip? I may never know for certain, but one thing's for sure. That cold autumn night in Long Island changed my entire perspective on life, death, and what might lie beyond. I've never been able to shake the feeling that there are forces at work in this world that we can't begin to comprehend. Sometimes late at night, when I'm driving down a lonely road, I still find myself scanning the darkness, half expecting to see a man in a white suit appear. That dollar bill remains my most prized possession, a tangible reminder that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. I don't expect anyone to believe my story. Hell, some days I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I experienced that night, and it's a stark reminder that we should keep our minds and hearts open to the mysteries of the universe, because you never know when an everyday moment might turn into something extraordinary. But from that very first night, I knew something wasn't right. As I lay in my new bed trying to fall asleep, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I figured it was just Mom or Dad checking on me, but when I peeked out, there was no one there. Just an empty, dark hallway. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, or my imagination running wild in a new place. But deep down, I knew it was more than that, and it was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, weird things started happening more and more frequently. Lights would flicker on and off for no reason. The TV in the living room would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, blaring static. My sister Jenny's dolls would be rearranged on her shelf when she woke up in the morning. At first, my parents tried to rationalize it all away. Bad wiring, faulty appliances, forgetful kids. But as time went on, even they couldn't deny that something strange was going on in our house. I'll never forget the night that changed everything. It was about 6 months after we'd moved in. I woke up around 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hall, I noticed my parents' bedroom door was open, which was unusual. I peeked in and saw them both sound asleep. But when I turned back towards the bathroom, I saw a dark figure standing at the end of the hallway. It was shaped like a person, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, and it seemed to be made of shadows that shifted and swirled. I froze in terror, unable to move or scream. The figure slowly raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at me. Then in the blink of an eye, it was gone. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers until morning, convinced I was going to die. When I told my parents what happened, I could see the fear in their eyes. They believed me. That was the first time we all acknowledged out loud that our house was haunted. From that point on, the paranormal activity ramped up dramatically. Objects would fly across rooms on their own. We'd hear disembodied voices whispering unintelligible things. Doors would slam shut with no one near them. My sister started sleepwalking, which she'd never done before. We'd find her in random parts of the house in the middle of the night, staring blankly at walls or mumbling to herself. One time, I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets and drawers wide open, with every single dish, pot, and utensil laid out on the floor in an intricate spiral pattern. It would have taken hours for a person to do, but it happened in the span of just a couple hours while we all slept. The worst incident happened when I was 12. I was home alone after school one day when I heard a crash from upstairs. I went to investigate and found my sister's room in complete disarray. Furniture overturned, clothes strewn everywhere, and scratched into the wall were 3 words, "Get out now." I ran out of the house and didn't stop until I reached my neighbor's place. When my parents got home and saw the damage, they finally decided it was time to bring in outside help. They contacted a local paranormal investigation team. The investigators spent a week in our house, setting up cameras and doing EVP sessions. They captured some truly chilling evidence, full-bodied apparitions, objects moving on their own, and EVPs that sounded like agonized screaming. Their conclusion? Our house was an epicenter of paranormal activity, likely due to its location on a ley line. They believed multiple spirits were present, some benevolent and some very much not. The lead investigator strongly urged us to move out immediately, but we couldn't afford to. We'd sunk all our savings into this house, so we stayed and learned to live with the constant supernatural presence. As the years went by, we developed a sort of uneasy coexistence with whatever shared our home. Some days were quiet and normal. Others were terrifying, with violent poltergeist activity that left us huddled together in fear. I became hyper-aware of the spirit world around us. I could sense when activity was about to spike, almost like a buildup of static electricity in the air. I learned to trust my instincts about which areas of the house to avoid at certain times. My teenage years were a surreal balance of normal high school life and dealing with a haunted home. I never invited friends over. How could I explain the random cold spots or the shadowy figures that darted just at the edge of your vision? When I finally left for college at 18, it was bittersweet. I was relieved to escape the constant fear and unease, but I worried constantly about my family still living there. My sister was only 14 and seemed particularly attuned to the spirits. I was afraid of what prolonged exposure might do to her psyche. I'm 25 now, and my parents still live in that house. They've learned to cope, more or less. The activity has lessened over the years, but never fully stopped. My old bedroom is now off limits. Apparently the spirits have claimed it as their own and react violently to anyone entering. Sometimes I wonder if growing up there changed me fundamentally. I've always been able to sense things others can't, to see glimpses of the other side. Did living in that haunted house open my third eye? Or would I have had these abilities regardless? I've had my own paranormal experiences since moving out, but nothing that compares to the sheer intensity of what went on in that house. It's like the veil between worlds was tissue paper thin there, allowing all manner of spirits to slip through. My sister struggled for years with night terrors and sleep paralysis after moving out. She's in therapy now and doing better, but I know she still feels the residual effects of growing up in that environment. I've tried researching the history of the house and land to figure out why it's such a supernatural hotspot. The farthest back I could trace was to the 1920s, when it was apparently the site of a grisly murder-suicide. But that doesn't explain the sheer variety and power of the spirits there. Sometimes I dream about the house. In my nightmares, I'm wandering the halls, knowing something terrible is about to happen, but unable to escape. I always wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing. Even now, all these years later, I can close my eyes and perfectly picture every detail of that place. The creaky third stair, the way the light hit the living room in the late afternoon, the perpetual chill in the basement, no matter the season. It's a part of me, for better or worse. That house shaped who I am in ways I'm still discovering. I may have physically left, but a piece of my soul will always be there, eternally bound to whatever forces hold sway over that plot of land. I often wonder about the family that lives there now. Do they experience the same things we did? Or have the spirits gone quiet, lying in wait for the next sensitive person to come along? Part of me wants to go back, to face my fears and get closure. But a bigger part is terrified of stirring up whatever may now lie dormant. So I stay away and try to move on with my life. But late at night, when the world is quiet and still, I swear I can sometimes hear those familiar footsteps in the hallway and feel unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. I don't know if I'll ever truly escape that house and what happened there. All I can do is keep moving forward and hope that one day the echoes of the past will finally fade away. We'd been out there for hours, hauling equipment and checking on the livestock. As darkness fell, Sam suggested we call it a night, but I wanted to finish up a few more tasks. Just another hour or so, I told him. We're almost done. Sam reluctantly agreed, and we kept at it as the stars began to twinkle overhead. The old barn creaked and groaned around us, boards shifting in the night breeze. I'd always found it a bit eerie out there after dark, but I pushed those thoughts aside. We had work to do. Around 10 p.m., I realized we needed some tools from the storage shed behind the barn. I'll run and grab them, I told Sam. Be right back. The shed was maybe 50 yards away, just past the edge of the overgrown field that separated our property from the abandoned Johnson house. As I trudged through the tall grass, my flashlight beam dancing ahead of me, I couldn't shake an odd feeling of unease. The back of my neck prickled, like someone was watching me. I paused, sweeping the light around. Nothing but darkness and waving grass as far as I could see. Still, my heart was racing. I picked up my pace, practically jogging the last few yards to the shed. Inside, I quickly gathered what we needed, eager to get back to Sam and the relative safety of the barn. But as I turned to leave, movement caught my eye through the grimy window. I froze, breath catching in my throat. There, at the edge of my flashlight's glow, stood a figure. It was impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, maybe more. and it was just standing there, perfectly still, watching. My hands shook as I raised the light, trying to get a better look. In that moment, I almost wished I hadn't. The thing's face, God, its face, it was pale, almost glowing in the darkness. But where its mouth should have been, there was nothing, just smooth, featureless skin. I stumbled back, flashlight clattering to the floor. My foot caught on something and I went down hard, cracking my head on the workbench. For a second, everything went dark. When I came to, I was alone. No figure in the window, no sounds outside, just the quiet whir of crickets and my own ragged breathing. I scrambled to my feet, snatching up the flashlight and tools. My head was throbbing, but I barely noticed as I sprinted back to the barn. Sam was there, looking worried. "Where the hell have you been?" he demanded. "I was about to come looking for you." I tried to explain what I'd seen, the words tumbling out in a panicked jumble. Sam listened, his expression growing more concerned. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked when I finished. "Maybe you hit your head or something." I insisted I was fine, that I knew what I'd seen. But even as the words left my mouth, doubt began to creep in. It all seemed so impossible in the warm light of the barn. We finished up our work in tense silence, both jumping at every little noise. As we locked up for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The drive home was a blur. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. By the time we pulled into our driveway, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a trick of the light, my tired mind playing tricks on me. But then Sam turned to me, his face pale in the glow of the porch light. "I didn't want to say anything earlier," he said quietly, "but I saw something too, when you were in the shed. It was only for a second, but—" He trailed off, shaking his head. I felt my blood run cold. "What?" I pressed. "What did you see?" Sam wouldn't meet my eyes. "A figure," he mumbled, "by the edge of the field, tall, and its face. I've never seen anything like it." We sat there in silence for a long moment, the implications sinking in. Whatever I'd seen, Sam had seen it too. It wasn't just in my head. That night, neither of us slept much. We lay awake, jumping at every creak of the house settling. In the morning, we tried to talk it through rationally. Maybe it was just shadows or an animal, but deep down, we both knew that wasn't true. Over the next few days, we avoided the barn as much as possible, but eventually, work called us back. We went together, never alone, always finishing well before dark. For weeks, nothing happened. No sightings, no strange occurrences. We started to relax, to think maybe it had been a one-time thing. But then, about a month after that first night, it happened again. We were loading hay bales onto the truck, racing to beat an incoming storm. Thunder rumbled in the distance as dark clouds rolled in. I was up in the loft, tossing bales down to Sam. A flash of lightning illuminated the barn, and in that split second, I saw it. The figure, standing in the shadows behind Sam, impossibly tall, face blank and mouthless. I yelled a warning, but my voice was drowned out by a crash of thunder. When the next flash came, the figure was gone. Sam hadn't seen a thing. We left everything and ran, not stopping until we were safely in the truck, tearing down the driveway as rain began to pour. We didn't go back to the barn for days after that. Since then, we've caught glimpses of it a handful of times. Always at night, always when we're alone or distracted. It never does anything, just watches. We've tried setting up cameras, but they always malfunction or show nothing but empty space where we know it stood. We've thought about selling the farm, moving away. But this land has been in our family for generations, and part of me is afraid that whatever this thing is, it would follow us. So we stay. We work. We try to pretend everything is normal. But every night as I lie in bed, I find myself straining to hear footsteps in the hall, dreading the moment I might open my eyes to see that blank, mouthless face looming over me in the darkness. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it's a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. All I know is that it's out there, watching, waiting, and I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, it's going to do more than just watch. I realized I needed my biology notebook to review some key concepts, but I had left it up in my room on the 3rd floor. Not wanting to break my concentration for too long, I decided to just run up quickly and grab it without bothering to turn on any lights. I knew the layout of the dorm well enough by that point that I could navigate in the dark. As I climbed the stairs, the only sound was the creaking of the old wooden steps under my feet. The dorm was eerily quiet. Everyone else was either asleep or out partying on a Friday night. I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling as I made my way up, like I was being watched, but I dismissed it as just being overly tired and stressed about exams. I got to my room and fumbled for the doorknob in the darkness. A sliver of moonlight coming through the window provided just enough illumination for me to make out the vague shapes of furniture. I headed straight for my desk, where I knew I had left the notebook earlier. As I grabbed it and turned to leave, that's when I saw him, a towering figure standing motionless in the corner of my room. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes adjusted, and I made out more details. He was impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, wearing ornate robes and an elaborate turban adorned with a gleaming gemstone that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. But the most terrifying part was that I could see right through him. The moonlight from the window behind him passed straight through his ethereal form. I stood frozen in shock, my mind reeling as it tried to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. I must be hallucinating from lack of sleep. I blinked hard, expecting the apparition to vanish, but when I opened my eyes, he was still there, and he was moving towards me. Panic seized me and I stumbled backwards, fumbling desperately for the light switch. My trembling fingers finally found it, and I flicked it on, flooding the room with harsh fluorescent light. For a split second, I saw the figure even more clearly. His face was gaunt and ancient-looking, with dark, hollowed eyes that seemed to stare into my soul. The gemstone in his turban pulsed with an eerie blue glow, and then he was gone, vanished into thin air as if he had never been there at all. I stood there gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Cold sweat drenched my shirt. I couldn't process what had just happened. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or was my exhausted mind playing tricks on me? After several long moments, I managed to pull myself together enough to quickly scan the room. Everything looked normal. No sign of any intruder or anything out of place. But I couldn't shake the bone-deep feeling that something profoundly unnatural had just occurred. I grabbed my notebook with shaking hands and practically flew down the stairs, not daring to turn off the lights or look back. I burst into the common room, startling awake a guy who had fallen asleep on one of the couches. "Whoa, you okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said groggily. If only he knew how right he was. I mumbled some excuse about too much caffeine and settled back into my study spot, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept replaying those terrifying moments over and over. Who or what was that figure? Why was he in my room? How could he have disappeared so suddenly? The questions swirled in my head, but I had no answers. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the brightly lit common room, jumping at every little sound. There was no way I was going back to my room until daylight. I tried to convince myself it had all been a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was all too real. The next day, I discreetly asked around to see if anyone else had experienced anything strange in the dorm. A few people mentioned occasionally getting weird vibes or feeling like they were being watched, but nothing concrete. I was hesitant to share the full details of what I had seen, not wanting people to think I was crazy. I did some research online about the history of the building, wondering if there were any stories of hauntings or strange occurrences. The dorm was pretty old, built in the 1920s, but I couldn't find any specific legends or ghost stories associated with it. I considered telling the resident advisor or campus security, but what would I even say? That I saw a ghostly man in a turban appear in my room and then vanish into thin air? They'd probably just tell me to lay off the late-night study sessions and get more sleep. So I kept it to myself, but I was on edge constantly after that. I started sleeping with the lights on, and I never went anywhere in the dorm alone after dark if I could help it. Every time I entered my room, I half expected to see that towering figure waiting for me, but he never reappeared. As the days and weeks went by with no further incidents, I started to relax a bit. Maybe it really had just been a bizarre hallucination after all. But I could never fully shake the memory of those hollow eyes staring into mine, or the unearthly glow of that gemstone. Even now, years later, I still get chills thinking about that night. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. Was it a ghost, an interdimensional being, a product of an overtired mind? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. All I know is that for those few terrifying moments, I came face to face with something that defied all logical explanation. It shook my entire worldview and made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. I still live with a lingering sense of unease, always wondering if I'll ever encounter that mysterious figure again. Every once in a while, I'll catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a tall shadow, a flash of light, and my heart will skip a beat. But it's always nothing. Sometimes I wonder if maybe I imagined the whole thing, if it was just a vivid dream or hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But then I remember the sheer visceral terror I felt in that moment, the way my entire body went cold with fear. You can't fake that kind of primal reaction. I've tried to rationalize it over the years, to come up with some kind of explanation that makes sense. Maybe it was a prank, an elaborate hologram, or some kind of shared mass hysteria. But deep down, I know none of those explanations fit. What I experienced that night was something truly supernatural. I've become fascinated with paranormal research since then, always searching for similar stories or experiences that might shed some light on what happened to me. I've read countless accounts of ghost sightings and supernatural encounters. Some of them have eerie similarities to my experience, but nothing quite matches it exactly. The image of that tall figure in the turban is seared into my memory. Sometimes I can almost feel those dark, ancient eyes watching me. The pulsing glow of that gemstone haunts my dreams. I find myself absently touching my forehead sometimes, half expecting to feel a cold stone there. I've tried to move on with my life, to forget about that night and chalk it up to an unexplainable anomaly. But a part of me is always on alert, always wondering if I'll turn a corner one day and come face to face with that otherworldly being again. The experience has left me with a profound sense of how little we truly understand about the nature of reality. There are things in this world that defy scientific explanation, forces beyond our comprehension. I caught a glimpse behind the curtain that night, and it forever changed me. I still get goosebumps every time I think about those few terrifying moments in my dorm room. The absolute certainty that I was in the presence of something not of this world. The way time seemed to stand still as I locked eyes with that impossible figure. Sometimes I wish I could go back and investigate further, to try and uncover the truth about what really happened. But mostly, I'm just grateful that whatever it was didn't harm me. I have a feeling that if it had wanted to, that being could have done far worse than just appear and disappear. I'll probably never know the full truth about what I encountered that night. Was it a ghost? An alien? A demon? A glimpse into another dimension? The questions still swirl in my mind, keeping me up at night sometimes. But I've come to accept that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. All I know for certain is that for a brief moment, I came face to face with something beyond human understanding. And it left me forever changed, always wondering what other secrets and impossibilities might be hiding just beyond the veil of our perceived reality. We lived in a big apartment complex at the time, so we planned to hit up as many units as possible to maximize our candy haul. After about an hour of knocking on doors and filling our bags, I really had to use the bathroom. My friend Jake's apartment was nearby, so we stopped there for a quick break. As I walked into the bathroom and flipped on the light, I froze. There, reflected in the mirror, was a tall, dark figure standing right behind me. But when I spun around, there was nothing there. My heart started racing as I looked back at the mirror. The shadowy form was still visible, looming over me. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, sure I must be seeing things. But every time I looked, that menacing silhouette remained. It was completely black, like a person-shaped void, with no distinguishable features except for 2 pinpricks of light where the eyes should be. Panic gripped me, and I bolted out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. My friends asked what was wrong, but I was too scared to explain. I insisted we leave immediately, making up an excuse about feeling sick. For weeks after, I had nightmares about that shadowy figure. I was terrified to look in mirrors or be alone in bathrooms. My parents assumed it was just an overactive imagination brought on by Halloween, but I knew what I saw was real. I managed to mostly put the incident out of my mind as time passed. But a few years later, when I was 11, we moved to a new apartment across town. As we were unpacking boxes late one night, I went to grab something from my room at the end of the long hallway. The hall lights were off, and as I walked down the darkened corridor, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look, and there it was again, that same pitch-black silhouette, this time standing halfway down the hall. Those pinprick eyes seemed to stare right through me. I screamed and ran back to my parents, refusing to go near that hallway again. They checked it thoroughly, but found nothing, of course. They started to worry about my overactive imagination and even took me to a child psychologist. But I knew what I saw was real. From then on, I started seeing the shadow man more frequently. Sometimes just glimpses in reflections or dark corners. Other times he would appear at the foot of my bed at night, or I'd wake up to find him looming over me. I took to sleeping with the lights on and avoiding being alone whenever possible. My parents were at a loss. They had me tested for everything from night terrors to schizophrenia, but no diagnosis ever stuck. I knew I wasn't crazy. This entity was real, and it was fixated on me for some reason. As I entered my teens, the appearances became less frequent but more intense. One night when I was 14, I woke up to find my entire room filled with inky blackness. As my eyes adjusted, I realized the darkness was moving, swirling around me like sentient smoke. And there in the center of it all was the Shadow Man, more solid and defined than I'd ever seen him. Those pinprick eyes bored into me as he slowly raised one arm, pointing directly at me. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me, like he was marking me for something. I must have passed out from sheer terror, because the next thing I knew it was morning and everything was normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed that night. The Shadow Man's appearances continued sporadically throughout my teen years, always when I was alone and vulnerable. Sometimes he would just watch me from a distance. Other times he would get right up in my face, those light dot eyes inches from mine. I tried everything to get rid of him. Prayers, rituals, protective amulets. Nothing seemed to work. He was always there, lurking just out of sight, waiting to terrorize me again. When I went away to college at 18, I hoped maybe I'd finally be free of him. For a few blissful months, that seemed to be the case. I started to relax and feel like a normal person for once. But then one night, as I was studying late in the library, I saw him. He was standing at the end of a long row of bookshelves, just watching me. I quickly packed up my things and practically ran back to my dorm. That's when the worst of it started. He began appearing almost nightly, always getting a little closer, a little more aggressive. Sometimes I'd wake up unable to move, paralyzed with fear as he stood over my bed. Other times he'd chase me through twisting nightmares that felt all too real. I was barely sleeping, my grades were slipping, and I was on the verge of a complete breakdown. I confided in my roommate, but he just thought I was going crazy from stress. Maybe I was. I certainly felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Things came to a head about a month ago. I had just gotten back to my dorm room after a late-night study session. As soon as I opened the door, I knew something was wrong. The air felt thick and heavy, charged with a malevolent energy. I flipped on the light switch, but nothing happened. The room remained pitch black. And then I saw them. Dozens of pairs of glowing pinprick eyes all around the room. They blinked in and out of existence, surrounding me. Panic seized me and I tried to run, but the door had vanished. The eyes started closing in, and I could feel icy tendrils of darkness brushing against my skin. I screamed and thrashed, but there was nowhere to go. Just when I thought it was all over, there was a deafening crack of thunder and a blinding flash of light. I found myself back in my normal, well-lit dorm room, drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably. My roommate burst in, asking if I was okay. Apparently, I'd been screaming bloody murder. I tried to explain what happened, but the words wouldn't come. How could I possibly make him understand the terror I'd just experienced? It's been a month now, and I haven't seen the Shadow Man or any of his minions since that night. Part of me hopes it's finally over, that whatever had been tormenting me for all those years has moved on. But another part of me knows better. I can still feel his presence sometimes, lingering just out of sight. I'm terrified to be alone in the dark. Every shadow, every reflection holds the potential for horror. I don't know why this entity chose me or what it wants. I don't know if I'll ever truly be free of it. All I know is that the Shadow Man is real, and he's been haunting me for most of my life. I just pray that sharing my story might help me find some answers, or at least let me know I'm not alone in experiencing something like this. If you've ever encountered anything similar, please reach out. I need to know I'm not crazy, that others have seen him too. And if you haven't, count yourself lucky, and maybe sleep with the lights on tonight just in case. That night started off normal enough. We had a group of 7 college students come in around 9 p.m. for our most challenging room, the Pharaoh's Tomb. I got them all set up, gave them the usual safety spiel, and sent them into the first chamber to begin their adventure. For the first hour or so, everything seemed fine. I watched them on the monitors as they solved puzzles and made their way through the Egyptian-themed rooms. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd chamber, the one with the winding stone tunnel, that things got weird. I was idly watching the group work on deciphering some hieroglyphics when movement in the corner of the screen caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just one of the players, but as I looked closer, I realized all 7 of them were huddled around the puzzle on the far side of the room. The movement I'd seen was coming from the entrance to the tunnel. I leaned in, squinting at the grainy black and white footage. There was definitely something there, a dark shape that seemed to be slowly emerging from the tunnel opening. My first thought was that it must be some kind of technical glitch or shadow, but as I watched, the shape became more distinct. It was roughly human-sized and vaguely person-shaped, but there was something off about its proportions. The arms seemed too long, the torso too thin. I felt a chill run down my spine as the shadow figure glided further into the room. None of the players seemed to notice it. They were all focused intently on the puzzle. I found myself holding my breath, half convinced I must be seeing things. But no matter how many times I blinked or rubbed my eyes, the shadow was still there. It drifted closer to the group, and I had the horrifying thought that I should warn them somehow. But what would I even say? "Hey guys, there's a creepy shadow person sneaking up behind you." They'd think I was nuts. I was starting to wonder if I was nuts. Just as I was about to hit the intercom button, shadow or no shadow, one of the girls in the group turned around. For a split second, I thought she was looking right at the figure, but then she just walked right through it to retrieve something from her backpack. The shadow dissipated like smoke as she passed through it, then reformed once she'd moved away. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This couldn't be real. I quickly switched to the other camera views of that room, but the shadow didn't show up on any of them. When I flipped back to the main view, it was gone. I spent the rest of that hour obsessively scanning every inch of the footage, looking for any sign of the shadow figure. But there was nothing. The group finished the room about 20 minutes later, and I did my best to act normal as I congratulated them and saw them out. As soon as they were gone, I practically ran to the Pharaoh's Tomb room. I'm not sure what I expected to find, but the room looked completely normal. No sign of any disturbance or anything out of place. I walked through the stone tunnel over and over, shining my flashlight into every nook and cranny, but there was nothing there. I tried to convince myself that I'd just been tired, that my eyes had been playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The image of that shadow figure emerging from the tunnel was burned into my brain. The rest of my shift crawled by at an agonizing pace. I couldn't stop replaying the footage, analyzing every frame for any hint of what I'd seen. But there was nothing there, just 7 oblivious college students solving puzzles. When my replacement showed up at 4 a.m., I practically ran out of there. I spent the whole drive home with my eyes glued to my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure following me. I called in sick for my next couple of shifts, making up excuses about a stomach bug. I just couldn't bring myself to go back into that building. to sit in that dark room staring at those monitors. But eventually, I knew I had to face it. I needed the job, and a part of me was desperate to prove to myself that it had all been in my head. My first shift back was nerve-wracking. Every little sound made me jump, and I found myself obsessively checking and rechecking the Pharaoh's tomb cameras. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. No more shadow figures, no unexplained movements, just normal groups doing escape rooms. As the weeks went by, I started to relax a little. I even managed to convince myself that maybe I really had just been overtired that night, that my imagination had run wild in the dark. But then came the night that changed everything again. It was about a month after the first incident, another Saturday night shift. We had a group in the Pharaoh's tomb, and I was half-heartedly monitoring their progress when I saw it. That same dark shape emerging from the tunnel just like before. This time, I was ready. I immediately started recording the feed, determined to capture evidence of what I was seeing. The shadow moved in the same unnatural way, gliding across the room towards the oblivious players. I watched, heart in my throat, as it reached out with one impossibly long arm towards one of the men in the group. Just as its fingers were about to make contact, the guy turned around. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a look of absolute terror cross his face. But then he just shook his head, like he was clearing away cobwebs, and went back to the puzzle he'd been working on. The shadow retreated, dissolving into wisps of darkness that were quickly swallowed up by the tunnel. I sat there, shaking, as I rewound and replayed the footage over and over. But just like last time, there was nothing there. No shadow, no movement, nothing out of the ordinary at all. I don't know how to explain what I've seen in that room. I've gone over every possible explanation. Faulty equipment, tricks of the light, my own overactive imagination. But none of it fits. I know what I saw, both times, was real. I've started doing research into the history of the building and the area around it. Turns out there have been stories of strange occurrences in and around that cemetery for years. Whispers of shadowy figures seen out of the corner of people's eyes, unexplained cold spots, the feeling of being watched. I'm still working at Enigma escape rooms for now. I can't quite bring myself to quit, to walk away from the mystery of what I've seen. But every shift is a struggle. I find myself holding my breath every time a group enters the Pharaoh's tomb, wondering if this will be the night the shadow returns. And if it does, what will it do? Will it remain content to simply observe, or is it building up to something more sinister? I don't have any answers, only questions that keep me up at night. All I know is that something is in that room, something that doesn't show up on cameras and that most people can't see. And whatever it is, I have a feeling it's been there for a very, very long time, waiting for something. I just hope I'm not there when it decides it's done waiting. My dad passed away from lung cancer 6 months ago. It was devastating for our whole family. He battled it for nearly 2 years, but in the end, the disease was just too aggressive. We were all there with him in his final moments at the hospice. As heartbreaking as it was, I'm grateful we got to say goodbye. The day of the funeral was surreal. I felt like I was moving through a fog, going through the motions, but not fully present. We held the service at the funeral home, then drove to the cemetery for the burial. As we were leaving the graveside, the strangest thing happened. My mom had forgotten her purse in the car, so I went back to get it for her. When I approached our SUV, the rear door suddenly swung open on its own. I froze, staring at it. There was no wind, no one else around. It was dead silent except for the faint sound of birds in the distance. I cautiously walked up and peered inside, half expecting to see someone there, but the car was empty. I grabbed my mom's purse and quickly shut the door, chalking it up to faulty locks or something. I didn't mention it to anyone at the time. We were all too wrapped up in our grief, but looking back now, I think that was when things started getting weird. A few days after the funeral, I was helping my mom sort through some of Dad's belongings at their house. We were in their bedroom, going through his closet. I pulled out one of his old sweaters, and a small white feather floated down from it. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was from a down jacket or something. But then I noticed another one on the dresser, and another on the windowsill. I pointed them out to my mom, and she got this strange look on her face. "I've been seeing those everywhere the past few days," she said quietly. I thought I was going crazy. Over the next few weeks, we kept finding white feathers in the oddest places around the house. They'd show up on countertops, bookshelves, even in closed drawers. My sister found one in her cereal bowl one morning. We'd clean them up, only for more to appear hours later. At first we tried to rationalize it. Maybe a pillow had ripped open somewhere, or there were birds nesting in the attic. But we checked everything and found no explanation. And it wasn't just at my parents' house. I started finding them at my apartment too. Inside my gym bag, between the pages of books, places that made no logical sense. About a month after Dad died, I was driving to work when a feather suddenly materialized on my dashboard. I nearly swerved off the road in shock. The windows were closed. The AC was on. There was no way it could have gotten in there on its own. That's when I started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, this was Dad trying to communicate with us somehow. I know it sounds crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My dad had always loved birds. He kept feeders in the backyard and could identify dozens of species by sight and sound. Whenever we saw a particularly beautiful bird, he'd say it was a sign of good luck. I hesitantly brought up the idea to my mom and sister. To my surprise, they'd both been thinking the same thing. My sister said she kept having dreams about Dad, where he was surrounded by white birds. My mom admitted that she'd been talking to the feathers, telling Dad how much she missed him. The incidents kept escalating. One night I was home alone, reading in bed, when I heard footsteps in the hallway. My heart started racing. I called out, thinking maybe my roommate had come home early. No response. I cautiously got up to check and found a trail of white feathers leading from my bedroom door to the living room. They definitely hadn't been there earlier. I followed the trail, my hands shaking. It ended at the mantel where we kept a framed photo of Dad. As I approached, the picture fell forward onto its face. I let out a yelp and jumped back. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. There was a single white feather stuck in the frame. I broke down crying then, a mix of fear and grief and confusion. I wanted so badly to believe it was Dad, trying to let us know he was still with us. But another part of me was terrified. What if it was something else entirely? The feathers became a constant presence in our lives. They'd show up when we were talking about Dad, or on important dates like his birthday. My mom found one on her pillow every morning without fail. We started keeping a log of all the incidents, trying to find some pattern or meaning. Were they more common at certain times of day, in certain rooms? We took photos, collected the feathers in jars. I even sent some to a lab for analysis, but they just came back as ordinary white feathers, origin unknown. Friends and extended family thought we were losing it. They suggested grief counseling, or that maybe we were subconsciously placing the feathers ourselves as a coping mechanism. But we knew that wasn't the case. This was something beyond our control or understanding. About 3 months after Dad's passing, things took an even stranger turn. I was at my parents' house for dinner one night. We were in the kitchen, and my mom was telling a funny story about Dad. Suddenly, every cabinet door flew open at once with a bang. Dishes rattled, a glass fell and shattered. We all jumped, staring at each other in shock. Then the lights started flickering rapidly. A cold breeze swept through the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. And in the midst of it all, white feathers began swirling through the air like snow. They were everywhere, floating down from the ceiling, spiraling around us. It only lasted for maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When it finally stopped, the kitchen was covered in a layer of soft white feathers. We stood there in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. That was the most intense incident, but strange things continued to occur regularly. Objects would move on their own. We'd hear knocking sounds with no source. The feathers kept appearing, sometimes accompanied by the smell of Dad's favorite cologne. It's been 6 months now since Dad died, and the occurrences have slowly started to taper off. We still find the occasional feather, but not with the same frequency as before. Part of me is relieved, but another part feels a sense of loss, like we're losing that connection to Dad all over again. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was it really Dad reaching out from beyond? Some kind of shared delusion brought on by grief, or something else entirely? I've read about similar experiences other people have had after losing loved ones, but nothing quite like this. All I know is that it changed me. I'm no longer certain about what's possible in this world. I find myself looking for signs everywhere, wondering what other hidden layers of reality might exist just beyond our perception. I miss my dad terribly, but in a strange way, these experiences brought us comfort during the darkest days of our grief. They reminded us that love transcends death, that the connections we forge in life aren't easily broken. I still keep a jar of those white feathers on my nightstand. Sometimes at night, I'll hold one and talk to my dad, telling him about my day or asking for guidance. I don't know if he can hear me, but I like to think that somewhere, somehow, he's listening. And maybe, just maybe, he'll send another feather to let me know he's still watching over us.